I'm meant to strive. Flat earth beneath my feet, knowing I'm here to meet. Ocean's edge, it calls my name. Purpose in this life's game. Horizons line so clear, God's love brings me near. Flat earth made by him, my journey long yet thin. Purpose found in every day, guided by his gentle sway.
Yo, Flavs, what's up? It's good to see you all. Thank you for coming. We are joined by Roger and PJ Cruikshank.
Yo.
Hey.
Good to see you guys. I'm glad you could make it. Thank you for joining me because this review is going to be fun.
Absolutely.
Yeah, guys, in case you missed it, PJ did live this review earlier. It was funny.
I wasn't really reviewing it. I was showing it, but I put my opinion in here and there, you know. Because I knew you were reviewing it, so I just wanted to show it, you know.
Hello, everyone.
How's it
Yeah,
going?
how you doing, man?
But spoiler alert, Craig failed miserably.
Absolutely.
No way.
Yeah, but we said this in the beginning. Why is he going to debate a subject he has absolutely no idea about? He has no knowledge on the subject.
No, and he certainly. I mean, I know it's sick. You don't have to read the Bible to be a secular humanist or whatever it was. But when it came to scripture and stuff, he had no idea. He thought that things from the Old Testament, it was Christians in the Old Testament. There was no Christians in the Old Testament.
He thinks the Levitican law is Christian based.
Yeah.
It's Judaism.
All right.
Crazy. That shows he hasn't read one page of the Bible. No one.
Yeah, he doesn't understand Old Covenant and New Covenant either, probably.
But the thing that perplexes me the most is MDD literally paid him to go out there and do this.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
That explains a little bit.
I mean, I couldn't believe it when I knew that FTFE was debating blooming hell. Andrew Wilson. Yeah.
I mean, Andrew Wilson of all people. I mean, that guy.
He's big on the internet, and he's quite big on the internet.
Andrew Wilson is known for these debates. Yeah. You know what I mean?
He does only find girls things and stuff like that. He debates them and tell them that they shouldn't be doing what they're doing, that kind of stuff. You know.
So yeah, Andrew Wilson's awesome. I would actually love to talk to him someday. Actually,
It'd be cool. He's orthodox.
Yeah, unfortunately.
I know. Well, they've got something right in there. They've got some things right. They know the scripture, but
there's nothing wrong with orthodox in itself.
It's a bit religious. It's a bit religious.
Yeah, that's what I say. It's just some of the views they got is very religious, and it's kind of very close to Catholicism.
Exactly. Well, it divided from that, didn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
That man with crooked nose as God chosen people. That's for me. It's a big no-no.
But yeah, it's good to but it was I have to give it up for Craig though for trying.
He did.
It was his first live debate, so
he was nervous. You could tell he was nervous.
I was very nervous.
I think he's doing it for the exposure in this genre, man. I think he wants to jump into it. Let's see what he does. I don't think he'll do another one though.
But I mean, literally in Andrew Wilson's opening,
that was it.
Craig was lost. It was over. There was nothing Craig could do. And then I have to be honest, Craig's opening seemed very ChatGPT-like to me.
Yeah. And it was nothing to do with the topic, but he had to keep bringing up flat Earth. Oh, you're just being like a flat Earther. You're being like a flat Earth.
Did he do that? Honestly,
I did like 3 or 4 times.
Yeah.
And he kept strawmanning, kept insulting him, ad homing, and literally not even answering what Andrew was asking him the whole time.
No.
And he brought up his own citations that lied.
He lied.
He brought a citation that he didn't have in.
He lied live. He read it from his phone, and Andrew Wilson went to look at it. It didn't say it. It didn't say what he said.
So
that's embarrassing, dude. That really
is. Bound to rights.
But I have to give a shout out quickly to Skeptic Skeptic, for sending me a PayPal. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, man. You
Bless
rock.
you, Skeptic.
You are awesome. Really, really big blessings.
Bless you, man. Never
Yeah, I
mind.
really appreciate it, man. And then everybody that's here, if you haven't hit the like yet, what's wrong with you?
Oh, can
Hit
I
the
just say thanks to Sandro because he gave me a PayPal to get Vicky flowers. So thanks, Sandro.
Ooh,
Bless you, man.
nice.
Bless you, man.
Blessings.
Happy Valentine's Day, Vicky.
But yeah, so what I've
Yeah.
decided to do with that money that what's name paid last month, because it's getting paid on the 25th, I'm not going to get a new camera, as to say right now,
Okay.
because you got a baby on the way and things.
Oh yeah, it's a good. Yeah.
I'm rather going to use it for a pram, because we need a pram and we need a printer.
Yeah.
And I'm going to then what I'm going to do is the little bit I've got left, I'm going to get lighting and a hard drive.
You need a printer.
For what?
Yeah,
Vicky's got a Bluetooth pink printer that she wants to give to me, but I don't want it. And you know what I mean?
The thing is, because the children do homeschooling and we have to print their stuff.
Yeah.
So it costs a pretty penny to go printed by printers every time.
Well, I'll ask because Vicky doesn't use it. All she used to use it for was to print out my son's things, document type things from social workers and that. But I'd stopped now. He's in the school, so I'll ask Vicky and see if we can get it sent to you somehow, because she doesn't use it and I don't want it. She keeps trying to give it to me. It's Bluetooth. It's a Bluetooth printer.
There you go.
Thanks, because we found one that's on special specifically as well.
Right.
That's a big bargain as well. So it's
right.
And I'm also scared with South Africa. They're kind of very rough on parcels.
Right.
The printer can get you and it's in pieces, or it doesn't do at all because they see it's a printer. It's like, I'm taking this for myself.
So you don't think you should try?
I don't advise it.
No.
I was even
at
the post office today. Kiki's Asiba. Shout out to you, Sebastian, man. He sent me a package, and it's supposed to be at the post office. It's not there.
Wow, that's ridiculous, man. You know, I sent this Lord my tablet. Remember, and he's only in Denmark, which is not too far from here. I really would, to be honest. And it took 3 weeks to get there. It took 3 weeks to get there, and I paid like 13 quid to get there, and first class and recorded. It took 3 weeks for him to get it. It's crazy.
Yeah.
So that's what he uses. This Lord, he uses at your old desktop or laptop.
No, it was the tablet. He uses it not for going online, not for doing YouTube and that, but he says he uses it for other stuff. The thing is, it was weird at the time. He said, because I was trying to give it to Spud, because Spud didn't have a thing at a computer or something at the time, and Spud says, "No, it's all right. I'm getting a Chromebook coming." And this Lord says, "I'll have it." So I thought this Lord didn't have I thought because his computer was pretty rubbish. I thought he didn't have anything. I sent it to him, then I find out he's got 2 laptops.
Yep.
And then he's got my tablet. I thought it was funny. But there you go.
Okay.
Me and Ron spent a week trying to get him to show his face on there. He won't do it.
He won't. But he'll take pictures of us and make us look weird.
Yeah, but anyway, I think we should start because it can be a long stream probably.
It is. It's 2 hours, man.
There's a lot to say. I mean, even in the Q&A, I found really awesome. The one guy that was funny in the Q&A was like, "Oh, Craig, I really enjoyed your debate." What did he say? He said Craig did well. What? There were specific words. I was like, "What?"
Okay, yeah, it's the way he said. I can't remember what he said. But it was funny.
Like, okay. But yeah, guys, please hit the like, share the show. Let everybody know we are live. Let's start this out.
All right.
And just to let you know, that's Craig. Skull and Bones shirt for some reason.
It's strange. It's strange. I know it's got Skull and Bones on it, but it's a Fred Perry. It's a bit weird for a Fred Perry out of Skull and Bones.
Yeah, but I mean it's got to do like Pirates of the Caribbean and stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, but the other one with the cops, Andrew Wilson. It's well known.
Yeah.
Well known.
Yeah.
It's like a funeral in here. You guys, you can make some noise. It's okay, right?
Loud enough, you guys?
It's loud now.
Enjoy yourselves today. It's perfectly acceptable. It's all right.
I can put it louder.
No, it's fine.
The Humanist Manifesto,
which
is actually called Humanism and Its Aspirations. Humanist Manifesto 3. Blah, blah, blah. It's got a stupid title. It's terribly written. And it's complete nonsense. And no human being should ever adhere to it for
I
the
agree.
purpose of human flourishing or anything
One
else.
thing I had to point out though, when he was giving, I just wished he would have asked Craig, "What is a manifesto?" Because it clearly, I don't know if you guys realized, but it was like Craig didn't know what a manifesto was.
It's just like a program, your
A set of
aims and all.
guidelines you stand by.
Yeah, your aims and yeah.
But it seemed like Craig didn't know what it was because he asked him very specific words based on the manifesto.
Mm.
And it's like Craig didn't either know what manifesto meant or what was in the manifesto that he is fighting for. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Has he ever picked up
He-
Mein Kampf? I mean,
He was very, very ill prepared for this.
Yeah.
That I knew, even if he was well prepared, I knew he was going to get. I mean, I know it's not about winning, but I knew he was going to get his ass kicked. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. There was no competition here.
No
Sorry,
competition at all from the start. No I think that's why he starts trying to obfuscate. You know what he does. You know what he does.
did Craig go to university at all?
Lord
Well, he
knows.
had to since he became a nuclear engineer. Remember?
Okay. All right.
Some do, like Craig here. Its greatest issue is simply that it only makes vague, descriptive claims and not one prescription for what it should actually do. So I propose a new revised manifesto, and I'm calling it Humanist for Society and its Consequences. Note, while drinking hotel room last night at an airport Holiday Inn, James, I wrote this manifesto with the culmination of 100 Wilson generations of drunken reason, Irish sensibilities, and just a drab of single malt whiskey. Now, the quote-unquote normal modern-day debate viewer, who we would just refer to in the Crucible as not very smart,
Oh God.
and, kind of fun to philosophically torture, much like a cat and mouse.
What I like
antler
about
severed.
Andrew's whole way he goes about it, he's got a very sarcastic way of
Yeah.
bringing
Yeah.
it across, which is good because it's not dry. Then it's not boring. You know what I mean?
No.
So that's a good thing about Andrew.
And he's always like 2 steps in front. He was always thinking 2 steps in front of where he
But his
he knows where they're going to go.
But his facial expressions when
Mhm.
Craig was talking, I was like,
Yeah.
it said it all. It said it all.
Absolutely.
Bring their soul from their body piece by agonizing peace, metaphorically, of course, not to mention being better than them in basically every aspect of life. Luckily, the Crucible's here. In case the low IQ MDD liberal scum wants to whine and cry for another 2 hours of Q&A after their man-humping Earth Daddy fled the room with his boy toy tears in his eyes while his dress was flowing. I don't think we're going to see a repeat of that this time, though, right? Okay, great.
He doesn't like MDD, does he?
Nope.
Oh, fair play. I was surprised to see James with his trousers on.
Well, he had to. He has no choice. He's in public this time. So
I know.
So that's true.
So
He
let's
actually
launch
does that.
into my new and improved Humanist Manifesto. Craig will be unable to refute any of my prescriptions based on his manifesto if he only uses his manifesto. Instead, he will require a normative framework to supplement that manifesto. He has to do this because without using the manifesto, what are we even arguing about? I can refute his prescriptions based on Christian ethics, church tradition, and effects to society, which is what this debate's about. What is best for society? But he's unable to apply that standard with the Humanist Manifesto itself. He must appeal to the sources outside this manifesto. So humanism has no real, measurable, actual, conceivable effect on society, yet Christianity does.
Yep, and not to mention that secular humanism literally takes the morals from Christianity.
Exactly. Christianity is the base for everything, unfortunately for them.
They literally copycat what Christianity's morals are based upon and then just try to take God out of the equation. But they forget the foundation of those morals is God.
Yep.
So when you take the foundation out, you have no foot to stand on for that moral standing.
Well, they're like a shadow of what Christianity is. You might
Yes,
say.
absolute moral is God. If you don't have God, there is nothing like absolute morals. There's none. It's impossible to have it.
But I always say this too, especially when I talk to someone about secular humanism. With morals, where does your morals come from? if you don't have a standard set like God, you don't have a moral standard.
That's right.
All you have is what you believe is good.
Yes.
Jack sitting next to you can think stealing is good. For him, it's morally acceptable to steal. For you, it's not. Now, what makes your moral standard better than his if you both don't have any standards other than you decide your own moral standards?
Yes,
You
but
have
that
no right.
becomes
Yeah.
all subjective, not objective.
Exactly. So you then have no right to say to him, stealing is wrong.
Yeah.
Because to him, he's allowed to steal because it's morally acceptable. To you, it's not. So what makes your opinion about morality on that better than his? There is none. You don't have a stand to base it on.
You know, what kind of society builds a backbone like that, and it won't work at all?
Yeah, it's hypocritical.
Right.
That's a big hypocritical system.
Yeah, I remember you putting that to Brenda just like that, and you got nothing out of her. And like,
Nothing.
I do what I feel, you know.
Yeah.
If it feels good, I do it.
Yep.
Yes, and it is exactly related to the phrase from the Lucifer, from Satan, do as you willed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so do as you will, might as well. That's what they're pretty much doing.
He offers descriptions, I offer prescriptions. So here it is. I'm going to read to you the tenets of humanism according to the Humanist Manifesto itself, their own words, and then apply a reasonable and logical prescription to each tenet. Now, Craig has to debunk each of my prescriptions using the Humanist Manifesto, or he loses. Why does he lose? Well, because I can debunk the stated prescriptions easily using Christian ethics, and he can't debunk or even successfully argue against one using the Humanist Manifesto. He requires something else. Do you see the problem here? One, first tenet, Humanist Manifesto. Knowledge of the world is derived by observation, experiment, and rational analysis. Humanists find that science is the best method for determining this knowledge, as well as solving problems and developing beneficial technologies. My prescription based on that. The birth rate is low, therefore all women must be forcibly bred. Experiments must be conducted on them to maximize fertility and thereby maximize human flourishing because science, and that is good. Humans, this is tenet 2 of the manifesto, humans are an integral part of nature, the result of unguided evolutionary change. Humanists recognize nature as self-existing. We accept our life as all and enough distinguished things as they are from the things we might wish or imagine them to be. So my prescription based on this vague nonsense. Because humans are unguided, they require guidance. Maximum force from the state can lend itself to maximum results. People ought to accept things as they are, and that requires ending all charity to avoid giving them false hope.
Quite messed up, eh? And I mean, he's reading this from the manifesto, guys.
Wow. I never heard that before. Eliminate all charities till... Oh, never mind.
So
Right,
force women to get pregnant and have labor. Close all charities that don't agree with you. Just get rid of anybody that goes against your opinion because you feel they don't have for the greater good according to your opinion. It's literally, it's all self. How can I say self-righteousness? You know, me, I, pride kind of thing. That's what the manifest is about. It's like, I say what happens. If you don't agree with it, stuff you.
I encourage you to go to the manifesto, first wave feminism, second wave, third wave, Marxism, communism, Nazism, and few more. So then you will really understand how it was all started, how we are where we are now.
Yeah, but like I say, Jack the Ripper, he was a secular humanist. What good things did he do?
He got rid of the prostitutes on the corner, dude. That's what he did.
Well, he found it morally acceptable to do that.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
absolutely. And you can tell by what he did, he enjoyed doing it because of what he did. It's awful.
Yeah. Now, who is Craig to say Jack the Ripper's wrong if he was a secular humanist, just like him?
Right.
He doesn't have morals to stand on. Yeah.
And that is good. Tenet 3, ethical values are derived from human needs and interest is tested by experience. This is in the Humanist Manifesto as well. So my prescription based on that, we ought to have an emperor. He ought to be Darth Logicus, a one world global government under Darth Logicus, supreme ruler of the federal peoples of Earth, will maximize the responsibility granted to them, thus recognizing their inherent dignity. And that is good. Tenet 4, life's fulfillment emerges from individual participation in the service of human ideals. My prescription based on this, we ought to occasionally beat random citizens to death with hammers, thereby reinforcing the value of the preciousness of human life, forcibly transmitting wonder and awe via the hammer, and that is good. Tenet 5, humans are social by nature and find meaning in relationships. My prescription based on this, we ought to eliminate all those who believe in violence, conflict revolution, who believe in violent conflict resolution, thereby making sure we eliminate violent conflict. We call this the...
So in other words, we don't agree with anybody that has violent conflict. So let's take all the people out with violent conflict.
I didn't see this debate yet, but I can tell you what will happen. The people who are supporters of the second guy, Globbers, and the atheists will support him. The people who can use logic will support Andrew. That's what it is. There will be no derivation from it.
Remember, they won't, no matter who said any brilliant thing here.
Exactly. Any argument, yes. Any argument and evidence doesn't matter because they are in the cult of personality. Not they should be following logic and logical thinking, but they don't.
They don't. Yeah.
Paradox of violent conflict, and that is good. Last, working to benefit society maximizes individual happiness. So the descriptor here is right now millions suffer from inequality. My prescription is we should just eat nachos, and that is good. Now, I can refute all these prescriptions using Christian ethics. Craig's unable to refute any of them using his own standard. That standard is humanism based on this manifesto. Again, do you see the problem? Unless he just makes it up as he goes, which is what he's going to do. And that's why Christian ethics...
Call that. Make it up as he goes. That's what he's going to do. Yep. Exactly that.
...are superior, thus destroying the entire ideology of secular humanism. If Craig moves away from this document, he's admitting defeat, something he knows a lot about. The advantages of Christian ethics is that it can provide a standard which is unchanging.
That's what I say. I love the way the guy presents his arguments. It's a very sarcastic, fun way of looking at it.
Yes, and very logically coherent.
Yeah, you're able to understand what he's saying.
Yeah, that's the problem.
And you're not... Yeah, and you're not sitting here all bored and it's like drifting off because you want to hear what he wants to say.
That's the problem for a lot of people because they can't grasp what he's talking about. They can't understand the message on the words because it's too complex for them.
Yeah.
Well, it's better than a taboo conspiracy video I gave you yesterday. It put you to sleep.
I was tired as well.
It is just dry, so yeah, it was.
What people ought to do, not just descriptions of what they are doing. Craig's moral framework necessarily must change by its own admission, which is why society hasn't adopted it and won't adopt it. They don't know what it will be in another 20 years, 15 years, 200 years. They have no idea. There are now 4 versions, because I wrote one more. Should we have, 5,000, Craig? 10,000? The Humanist Manifesto can be interpreted any way you want. I did that by interpreting it how I wanted to.
He rolled his eyes there too.
Used to refute bad prescription.
Yeah, but he was stressing there. When he's listening to this opening, he was like, what the hell? How am I going to rebut this?
Yeah, he tried to talk over him, you know what I mean? Then claim that he was the one talking over him. Like he wouldn't.
He does the usual Craig tactics. He tried every Craig tactic he could. Like, oh, you're too scared to answer me. Oh, you're just like flat earthers. Oh, you're just.
No. What is it about bringing it flat earth? Do you know what I mean? Bringing it around to flat earth, you know?
A bit more info about Andrew Wilson. He's often guest on the Whatever podcast, and he's very often fighting feminism. He's fighting atheists as well. So he's debating all of them, and he's always logically. I never seen, to be honest, an example that he lost the debate.
I watch him. I watch him on the Whatever clips.
He's very loud again.
He talks
very loud again, mate. PJ, very loud again.
Really?
If you are, if you are logically honest, the arguments he is using, you can't debate them. You just can't, because logic defends itself.
Yeah, well, he's going straight with logic, and he's smart enough to actually use logic. So it's going to be really hard for Craig to rebut anything he's going to say,
Right.
and that's why he has to go to those
Oh,
tactics.
that's better.
What about now? Yeah, is that okay?
Much better. Much better.
You're good.
Why does it keep doing that?
It was like he was shouting.
Really? Wow. Crazy. Maybe I'm just loud voiced. I don't know.
You're excited, man.
Very loud.
Yeah, I've already, because I've
Given
already
by
watched
bad
this, so I know.
The thing is,
People
the
like
people.
Andrew Wilson, based on the Humanist Manifesto.
Let me say something. Usually, is that everyone claims that they use logic, but the problem is that people don't even usually know what laws of logic are. So, law of logic is a law of identity, law of non-contradiction, and law of the excluded middle. So, if people don't know those bases, they can't claim they use logic because they don't, because they always derive from one of those three, and that's it's becoming logical fallacy.
Yeah, that's right. Autodidactic girl. His wife does come on sometimes as well on the whatever clips and whatever on the Crucible. She does. She's quite good. She's quite good as well, but she's debating a little bit.
Manifesto itself. So what are we even doing here? My society has produced obvious good results on society for millennia, including the fact that all societies which currently are considered the best are using my moral framework and not his. None, as in not one, as in zero societies on Earth.
Even famous atheist said
run off the Humanist
that
Manifesto.
He would, if he would have a choice to live in the Muslim society or Christian society, he would choose Christian society. Yes. So
all their moral standards come from Christian society.
Yes,
that's correct. Everything they stand on today: do not steal, do not murder, do not. It's all from Christianity.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's like Janos's analogy yesterday with the tea, sugar, and water, cream. You can't do. You got to have God in the mix. You got to. If without it, it doesn't work.
Exactly.
And
claims the manifesto itself isn't necessary to humanism or its doctrines, then again, what the hell is humanism? And how do we know what it is? How do we know what we're supposed to do with it? If we don't even have a document which describes it, then how can we understand how it works? If Craig claims we can use things outside the manifesto, he also, again, loses unless he can describe how that is humanism and how my prescriptions are not human.
Hey, so what's up,
Hey,
man?
oh, wow. Hey, bro.
Hey, Saf.
Did you catch this live, Sof?
No, I did not. No, I did not.
It was Craig.
I showed it live in mine. It was good. It was good.
Yeah. Craig was just no.
Ill prepared.
So you are going to stream so after that?
Yeah, well, 6:30.
Okay,
Which is
not
4 hours. 4 hours.
I will join you later. Just please drop the link.
I'm going to put the link for where we're going to be watching it on Rumble here.
Nice. But yeah, let's just put it this way. Spoiler alert of Craig lost in the opening.
Oh no!
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Defeated before started.
That's what I'm saying. He lost on the plane. Man.
It was bad.
It was. I knew beforehand that he was going to get slaughtered, But then when I seen it, I just he's proper ill prepared. And when it came to the Bible stuff as well, he's never read one page of the Bible.
I've got a question for you, but let me just quickly read this super chat. Thank you for 2 Canadians. Thank you, Flats, and everyone on the panel. Taking Back Eden, you rock. Appreciate your support. You are awesome. Thank you very much. Guys, by the way, hit the likes, share the show. So I've got a question for Sov quickly, which I just literally forgot.
It's there. It's in there. Flats, it's in there.
Oh, my word. What were we talking about now 2 seconds ago?
Oh, for goodness sake. It's going up.
Wait, I know. Is the Levitical law Christian-based or Judaism-based?
Judaism based.
Yeah. Craig thinks it's Christian-based.
He does. Yeah. He thinks the Old Testament is Christian as well.
He thinks Christians said you should stone people.
Yeah.
That's OT, man.
Yeah,
that's the new covenant, man.
Yeah, he does it. He thinks it's Christians say we should stone people to death.
Yeah, that just shows he hasn't read a page of that Bible, any Bible.
He'd probably catch fire if he tried to.
Oh, and 2 times he tried to bring citation up and he lied on the citation. The first one, Andrew actually called him out. It's like, I just went through it. What you just said doesn't stand there. The second one, he just made a whole bunch of claims, and I went to go look it up, but it's also not there what he said.
That's right. That's right.
Must have got his talking points from Brenda.
Oh, no, he probably had McTube in the background on his phone trying to help him out, and you're going to hear his opening is very chatty TP-like.
Ah.
Yeah.
Yes, take the body. He without saying what?
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dude, I just climbed 2 subscribers.
Which is
just
clearly
now.
defined.
Woo! Well done, Ryan.
With this manifesto I've been talking about. Also, I just want to finish with this. Craig doesn't know what a straw man is.
No, he doesn't.
I think first thing out of his mouth is going to be, Andrew's straw manning me. Okay. Which he also doesn't understand what ad hom means. He doesn't understand what a lot of these terms mean. I'm giving a position based on prescriptions, so I can't actually be straw manning because these are my views. They're not your views. He'll say I'm straw manning humanism, but I'm literally reading line by line the prescriptions based on
Look at his face. Look how worried he is. It's like he's like trying to think, how the hell am I going to combat? Because that's one of his main tactics is always straw manning. If you can't use straw manning, how's he going to use that tactic? But he defaults into it anyway.
In regards to its tenets, so I don't really know what the problem is. Craig will not be able to refute a single prescriptive claim I've made by using his manifesto. All of my prescriptive claims are humanist claims. And this is why humanism is the flat earth of ethical systems, and that's what Craig is. You're a moral flat earther.
God.
Look at his face.
Look at that. Craig being called a flat earther. Wow.
We'll kick it over to Craig for his 10-minute opening statement as well.
And by the way, Andrew says that because he knows flat Earth. Craig hates flat Earth, so
Yeah, of course.
literally takes him personally.
I still hate
I take no insult by that, by the way, because Andrew is not a flat earther. So
no, he's not.
I got that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Craig, the floor is all yours.
Look how worried he looks.
Really? What?
Hello. I thank Andrew for his presentation and reasons why Christianity is better for society, but I didn't notice either of those things. So I guess I'll just go to my presentation and explain why secular humanism is better for society. Maybe we forgot what the debate was about.
There's the first fallacy he's already started.
Yeah.
Ad hom right away, dude.
Straight away.
Trying to poison the well.
I don't know if he's going grey or if it's just wax.
No, he's getting grey.
I thought it was.
Well, would that not be an ad hom too, though? Is like he's saying he's got a bad memory.
No, he hasn't personally attacked him, his character. Okay. So, yeah. But yeah, he hasn't rebutted anything, so there's no ad hom. So it's just personally poisoning the well fantasy.
Oh, wow.
Look at the death cult bullshit he's got all on his shirt.
Yeah,
too.
Skull and Bones. It's exactly the same. Skull and Bones. That's a bit sus, don't you think?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He's evil,
thank you, Valentine Daminov, for your £5. I hope your personal arguments with Craig does not affect this review. After all, it was his first debate live. I think he did very well. Thank you for your super chat. I really appreciate it. No, this is definitely got nothing to do with Craig himself. It's literally got to do with his knowledge on the subject is non-existent.
Right.
I was very clear about this before the debate as well even happened.
Yeah.
This would happen. And this is the reason why Craig specifically has run multiple times away from me about doing debates like this. Because his excuse to me always is, I don't do religious debates. We all know why. So he should have probably tried to practice a few times with me before taking on Andrew Wilson live.
He still will get slaughtered.
It's like I said, I do give it up for him for actually manning up and doing this live. It does take balls to do that. So,
yeah, he flew out there, so yeah, of course I take the balls. Yeah.
So that's a big up. He did try, and even though he got embarrassed very badly, and he gave the sponsors of the event very bad name.
Oh, the sponsors, man! Did you see who was sponsoring them?
Atheists.
Atheist liberty and all that crap.
Yeah, atheist liberty and stuff. They're probably like thinking to themselves, "Oh man, this guy's not really representing us very well."
They have a pretty large audience on hand too, don't they? So that makes it even twice as worse for him. He's sweating bad.
Yeah, I just gotta say again, Valentine. No, his knowledge was not good. He thinks the Levitical law is Christian based.
His knowledge was terrible. You can't say it was good. Honestly, you can't, Valentine.
Yeah,
No
he
way.
thinks Christians stone people, when literally Christianity's against stoning people.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So no, his knowledge on the subject's not great at all. Sorry.
The Christianity part comes with that New Testament part that's in there, Craig. It's, the other one's the setup for it. Okay, if you want to look at it that way, it's kind of like it's the setup for what comes in the New Testament.
Aye.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I have to actually shout out Sean Hawkins, by the way. Sean Hawkins actually wrote after this, FTFE got wrecked. I was surprised in that. I thought he's going to say, "Yeah, he did well." I was like,
What John Hawkins said that?
Sean Hawkins. Of all people.
Wow.
But see, that's just based on his hatred for Craig, and
He doesn't like him, so yeah.
Yeah, that's probably why. Yeah, there you go.
You got a super chat, Flats.
Again, where?
Wow.
And Valentine? I thought that was
Really
That's
done.
already been done.
Oh,
That's
okay.
already been done.
Sorry, I didn't hear it. My bad.
Oh, he's doing a Craig. He's not paying attention.
Uh-oh.
Dang it.
Uh-oh.
Uh-huh.
Don't you dare go to Antarctica. There's no need for it. Don't you dare go.
Yeah.
I won't. No, I'll stay here.
Don't you retroactively go to...
Valentine, I'm more than happy to talk to Craig. Actually, I want to talk to him about thoughts on this debate. I think that would be an interesting discussion. What do you guys think?
Absolutely.
Obviously, it's the review, but
Absolutely.
just to hear his side of what he thought of it.
Mm.
I will get in contact with him about that.
It'd be good if you could just talk about it and not act like a dick, though. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I also don't hate Craig. I mean,
sometimes you get on with them. But you know what I mean? It's when you like when you debate, you kind of can be friendly with them. But it's when you're apart from that's when the videos come out like dumbass and all that kind of crap. It's backstabbing you. You know what I mean? It's Judasy.
Yeah. But like I say, this is nothing personal with the guy.
No.
He literally was outclassed. There was no. It was very one-sided, and we all saw this a mile away. So I don't understand how modern day debates could have set up such a one-sided debate.
I know.
Especially live.
I was surprised. It was Can't Fix Stupid. It told me in Messenger that they were debating, and that's why I set it up. I set it up 3 days in advance. It was him. It was him that told me about it. I was surprised. Like, what? How did Craig manage to get a debate with Andrew Wilson? You know, I was like, what?
Yeah.
There you go.
Valentine, you don't need to let him know. I'll let him know myself. We talk a lot. Okay.
I'm not sure.
He's got a white knight now.
Okay, so who am I? I'm Craig McNeil. I run the YouTube channel, FTFE, where I do debate the dumbest people on the planet.
See what I'm saying as well. It's got nothing to do with the debate, has it?
Exactly.
Is him promoting his bullshit.
Yep. Yeah, he does it loads. He does it loads of times.
Yeah, and that's why I said, you're supposed to be debating secular humanism. You just literally said that Andrew Wilson was not keeping to the topic, and now you're pushing your YouTube channel and saying you debate people like Flat Earth and calling them dumb. After you literally just poisoned the well about Andrew Wilson. Really odd.
People that think the Earth is flat and stuff like that. But today I'm here to debate why secular humanism is better for society than Christianity. Again, Andrew maybe missed the title of the debate there. Okay.
The question is, how did Andrew make him miss the title of the debate?
When Andrew's whole opening was literally about it. He read from the damn manifesto. How did he miss it?
I don't know, dude. I really don't. That's another one right there, ain't it? Check that off the list.
How do you read from a manifesto, which is literally what the debate's about, and then say he didn't bring it up?
Man.
Just deleted my script. Bear with me.
Okay. Come on, Flatzoid.
Right. What is secular humanism? Secular humanism is a philosophical stance that values the capacity of individuals to act with autonomy and emphasizes critical thinking and evidence-based reasoning. It prioritizes human welfare over objective knowledge over religious dogma or superstition.
But that's the problem with secular humanism. It's subjective, it's not objective. So he's already false there. Because it's self-opinionated. So therefore it's subjective.
I get it. That won't work in the long run because people's opinions change on the regular. It's not cohesive.
Mm-hmm.
Society would wreck itself.
Yeah.
Secular humanism centers on upholding reason, ethics, and justice as foundations for a humane society. It advocates for human rights, social equality, and the continuous search for truth through scientific and rational inquiry. Secular humanism is all about cutting down the hurt and boosting the happy. It's a no-brainer. Less suffering, more thriving. This principle shows up in the nitty-gritty stuff like public health policies and safety rules that actually work for us, not against us. Forget the days of wiping out chunks of Europe in the Crusades. Now we're into making life better, not starting...
Again, showing he doesn't even know what the Crusades were about. The Crusades was not about wiping out people for religion. It was called defending oneself.
Exactly, because Islam took over already a bunch of the world.
Yeah,
So,
Islam was taking
defense.
by force. It was a defense. Exactly, it was defense. Islam was literally taking by force.
But he's only speaking to the people who have no knowledge, So people who have knowledge, they disregard him straight away.
Yep. The Crusades is literally how can I put it, a stumbling block to show he doesn't even understand what he's talking about.
Yes, but unfortunately, Crusades later were turned into the money business because whenever people were leaving for the Crusade, so they had to have a guarantee that they will come back, they will have their stuff still owned. So they were giving the documents to the Jesuits, and then they were just they could even take the money during traveling.
But you see, that's how it works, though, because even when Christianity started, it was based on the foundation of Jesus, and then the Roman Empire went and fabricated their own Christianity, which is now Catholicism.
Yeah,
it's the same thing it's the same thing with the Crusades. It was based on foundation of we are defending everybody and for the faith. People then took over and bastardized it and made it into something bad.
I agree 100% with you.
It's perverted.
Well, didn't our government do the same thing with like our military? So that they give you money to go fight in wars, man. It's basically what they're doing. They monetized it.
They 9 of 10 make up for themselves to make it a war. They don't need to have war, but they make sure there is a war.
You are correct. Government perverted even the army. Government perverted even itself. I tell you why. Because government was only able to create rules and laws for themselves. It was by acceptance by the people. But then, unfortunately, they expanded and started creating rules for the people. At the beginning, they were only creating rules to limit themselves. That was it. Later, they expanded. People don't get it.
Yeah. I just want to point out, Furious Furfer, you've been on here before, so you're just trolling. Well done. Okay.
Wars over divine favor. It's not about making choices that help. It's about making choices that help everyone, proving that we can do a lot of good without any kind of holy wars. Secular humanism sticks to reason and real-world proof to keep its ethics sharp. We're not about bending the rules to fit old-timey text or mystical claims from a sky daddy as the world...
Which is also false, and calling it a sky daddy is also just disrespectful.
Extremely.
So I'm going to point it out. All your secular humanism foundation is based on Christianity morals. So everything you just said is literally false, Craig. Literally.
Unfortunately, he bashes pure religion of Christianity, but he doesn't know that he is in the religion as well. It's called atheism.
He's in a cult.
It's really about deifying
Global Earth, one cult, Atheism is called, and usually they're connected.
It's based on, it's like what your stream was this morning. Self-deification.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yep.
You're a
changes
yeah.
thanks to
That's exactly, because you make yourself God.
thanks to tech upgrades and new social twists, we update our moral code too. It's about evolving with the times, not getting stuck in scriptural mud. Secular humanism lays the groundwork for a society where common sense and fairness call the shots. It's all about using solid evidence and treating everyone equally to build a place where everyone gets to do what they need to thrive.
And where do those morals come from, Craig? Like I said, Jack the Ripper was a secular humanist. What did Jack the Ripper do? Do you agree with what he did, Craig?
Right.
Obviously you don't. So what makes your moral standing better than his? Because according to him, what he did was morally correct. He was doing it for the greater good.
Yeah.
So what now, Craig? That's the problem secular humanism has.
It's a contradiction.
The thing is, yeah. The thing is with Christianity, we don't set our standards for morality. God sets it. So it's an outside set of foundation where we have to objectively follow it. Secular humanism, you have to subjectively create your own moral standards, which has no foundation in someone else's life because they have their own moral standard too. So what makes your morals better than theirs? There isn't.
Yes, there is no outside moral standard for him.
Let's apply this politically. If you have a society like that, there's a lot of like play they can do in politics. There's a lot of favoritism they can give somebody because they agree with what you see. If you have a standard to start with, there is no biases at all. You have a moral set. You have to go by that. You can change your moral set whenever you want to. Therefore, you can benefit your fellow politicians, you might say. They benefit from it.
Well, it's also interesting to point out that, did you know that every serial killer in history was a globe earther?
Yep.
So, save lives.
And the biggest genocide always happened during the atheist ruler. That's historical fact. You can't argue it. You can't argue with it.
Mm-hmm.
So,
okay, there we go.
This way, we all have a shot at living our best life. Secular humanism taps into what we all feel deep down, things like empathy and compassion that cross all borders, instead of relying on the whims of deities with their own dodgy moral compasses. It builds ethics on the real shared experiences.
I want to know, what's the dodgy moral compass that God has?
I'm still trying to figure that one out, too.
Well, it's all right for God to flood the world, I guess. I have no idea what he's talking about.
Well, Valentine said, I have to say, you guys are very nice to a glober like me. Usually I get silence. Thanks for that.
Well, we don't.
Play. It's all good.
Valentine, we just have to say, we don't against people just because they believe in the globe.
No.
We know it's a belief. That's why.
But I did send you the link.
And the ones we really get annoyed with is not globers, it's anti-flat earthers.
Yeah,
to be honest.
Exactly.
You know.
Of all humans and the things we go through. This keeps things fair and focused on what actually improves our lives, helping guide smart, kind decisions no matter where in the world you are. It's about playing by the rules that make sense for everyone, not just the heavenly few. Secular humanism relies on scientific evidence and rational debate, driving major advancements in civil rights, healthcare,
That's false as well. What science has secular humanism got to do? Those two, they don't mix. It's got nothing to do with one another. Secular humanism is subjective. Science is objective. They literally oppose each other.
Oil and water. Yeah. They don't mix.
Yeah.
Education champions facts over fiction, leading to real-world solutions that improve lives. Christianity often lets ancient texts block modern scientific progress, from stifling stem cell research to opposing gender equality. It's held us back more often than not.
What you guys laughing?
Yeah.
Wow, that's funny.
It's not so much the stem cells itself that are bad. It's the killing of little babies to get them that's objectionable. Okay, you
Yeah.
don't
I
understand.
mean, have they ever heard of adrenochrome as well?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I
But
mean,
it's wonderful. It keeps people young and blah blah blah. Come on.
At the cost of what? That's the question.
Right.
And
That's
whose
the
morals
thing.
are they bending? Yeah.
I mean, why do you
bending-
think they have so much abortions?
This is a genocide.
Oh, yeah.
It's one of the most blasphemous things you
But
can do.
you know what's sad about that? The secular humanist thinks abortion is okay, but they think murder is wrong. It's the exact same thing. How messed up can you be?
Yeah.
They're both premeditated for one. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, they redefine the victim.
Yeah.
That's all.
It's a blob now. Yeah. That's what happens when you take a creator out of the situation. God himself.
Mm-hmm.
To outdated beliefs that don't match today's realities. Secular humanism adapts to new moral challenges and societal shifts, always looking to refine and improve ethical standards based on human needs and new information. Whereas Christianity is stuck in the past, often finding itself on the wrong side of history with rigid doctrines that clash with modern values of fairness and justice.
Or maybe it's because you don't agree with the moral standard set, so you want to change it.
Wrong side of history. Wow.
So in other words, it's not you stuck in old morals. Your morals is still based upon Christianity. But because you don't agree with your change in lifestyle, you don't want to agree with all the morals foundations that's based. Hence why people like this think homosexuality is okay.
Whether it's LGBTQ rights or women's rights, the inflexibility leads to exclusion and harm. Secular humanism embraces everyone, no matter their religion, gender, sexuality, or race. It's built on the idea that ethics and rights are universal, everyone's included, and everybody matters.
That's Christianity, dude. What's wrong with you? That's literally Christianity.
I don't think he's that smart.
Christianity.
Has anybody can anybody find me a verse in the Bible where it says, sorry, you're not the right race, you can't be a Christian?
It doesn't say that anywhere at all. I can't think of a verse.
From God, anyone can be redeemed, unless he blesses against the Holy Spirit. That's the only one unredeemable sin.
Yes, it's the unforgivable sin, to blaspheme the Holy Spirit.
Yes.
Exactly.
I think that's the problem with these people. They don't want an authority figure to follow.
Look,
they hate authority.
If they would start believing in God, now they have a big problem because they would see how bad they were doing in their life. But because they don't believe in God, they think there will be no judgment on them. So they can do whatever they want.
Right. It's like a little kid. It's like a little kid going, you can't see me now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it's like, no, you're the only one that can't see. You see? That's it doesn't say, you know, and God loved the world so that he gave his only begotten son, except for blacks, you know, or except for Mexican people. You know, it didn't say anything about that.
Jesus loves all the little children, the children of the world.
Except the black ones and the Mexican ones, and because God is white. You know, it's like, what? Shut up.
Yeah, but I mean, it's insane. But the irony of everything he's saying, it's like literally just perverted.
I can't think of a bigoted verse in the Bible at all, anywhere. Not one of them, man. This doesn't make any sense.
Well, that's like the movie I'm going to be showing tonight. There was a large segment of the Hebrew population that said, "Oh, that's anti-Semitic." It's like, what in the hell are you talking about? So you think the entire New Testament is anti-Semitic because it tells a story of what some horrible, reprehensible people did to others? What? You know, don't say none of the bad shit that I do, otherwise you're a bad person. And it's like, no.
By definition, that's hypocrisy at its finest, right?
And I have to bring it again.
But oh yeah, that's what I wanted to say as well. Don't you find it ironic that the same people that don't want to have authority over them like God are the same people that say, "Hey, government, you can have authority over me."
That's right.
Yeah, they think government is God. They believe that government is God. It's almost like a surrogate mommy and daddy to them. They're all the time screaming, "What are you gonna do about there's no jobs, there's no money, there's no food?" That's not government's job. That's your job, man.
Mhm.
You know, you're supposed to work that out, not some ass hat in a marble palace, you know.
They don't want to have accountability, so they want to have possibility to blame someone. If
Mhm.
something happening wrong, okay, it's government's fault. No, it's your own freaking fault because you can fight it, you can change your life. It's all on you. But because you are weakling, don't have moral standards, don't have balls, you don't have straight backbone. That's why you are where you are. Very simple.
Mm-hmm.
Discriminates under the guise of divine law, leading to social fragmentation, whether it's condemning non-believers or marginalizing communities. It's more about in-groups and out-groups than universal brotherhood. Now, I'm going to debunk some of Andrew's more outlandish claims about secular humanism, starting with his peculiar fixation on necrophilia. I don't know why he brings that up so often.
He didn't bring it up.
You
Look at his face.
Well, you brought it up.
As well. Yeah. Because when he said this as well, I was like, where did he bring necrophilia up, guys?
My,
Don't
By
remember
the
that.
I know.
guy from the guy that's wearing skulls and crossbones on his shirt. Right?
Yeah, that's not.
I know.
That's another funny thing. Look at his
Fred
face. Like,
Terry
what?
Crossbones.
Let's set the record straight. Secular humanism puts a premium on consent and continued consent, because there are two parts to consent. Crucial elements that are obviously absent when one party is deceased. Unlike some ancient doctrines that might overlook such nuances, our ethical framework ensures respect for both the living and the dead, advocating for
that's
laws that
false. Secular humanism believes once you're dead, you're dead. There's no respect for them. They're gone. They don't exist anymore. So
They
again,
don't believe
that's a
they.
lie.
Yeah, they don't believe they come from anything to start with. So why would they have any moral standard?
No.
That's false. Exactly. Christianity, on the other hand, believes you do live on. So therefore, you have respect for those people. What is wrong with this guy? He's literally taking Christian values and saying it's not Christian values, taking secular humanism and calling it what?
He hasn't called it anything yet. And where did he get necrophilia out of any of that? Where did that come
He
from?
thinks necrophilia is not having respect for the dead somehow. That's not necrophilia.
No, that's people that have sex with dead bodies.
Yeah, I mean, it's not having respect for the dead, but you definitely not having respect for it, but that's not what it is. No.
Can anybody show me one Bible verse that says, Christians have sex with dead people, please?
Jesus. This guy.
Or show me any Christian pushing that.
Wow.
I can't think of a one, Flats. Nobody comes to mind.
Nah.
Yeah, here is the first definition you bring up in the dictionary for necrophilia: sexual intercourse with or attraction towards corpses.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And I have to point out 100%, and this is fact, 100% of necrophilias were atheists.
Yep.
Strange.
Just have to point that out.
For all. Move on to intriguing cultural practices that Andrew likes to also bring up. Andrew tends to highlight a particular tribe with rituals that are less than conventional. Secular humanism doesn't give a free pass to every tradition out there. We critically assess their impact based on real harm, consent, and continued consent. We respect cultural...
Jack the Ripper doesn't agree with you. Did he give those people consent that he murdered and raped? Come on.
Well,
they would
he gave them
no.
consent. He gave them consent, guys.
After they did? Yeah.
Yeah.
diversity, but we stand firmly against practices that harm or exploit, especially under the guise of tradition. We believe in evolving traditions that promote human rights and dignity, not those that trap people in harmful cycles. And about that...
Oh, really? So abortion is human dignity. Abortion is giving them rights, human rights. Last time I checked, the baby is a human. A fetus is a human.
Yep.
Well, even after that fact, like if you look at baby doe, cases like that, they'll starve a baby out after it's alive. They don't care.
Mm-hmm.
They want to have abortions to the final trimester. If they could abort a child after it's born, right after, they would do it.
Yeah.
They have no respect for human life whatsoever.
I mean, I can show you video after video from women that is proud to have as much abortions as possible, that they actually go and sleep around with people just so they can have an abortion.
Yeah.
Okay? Those are secular humanists.
Wow.
Okay? So come and tell me again how secular humanism is good for society.
They are disgusting.
Favorite narrative of Andrew's that secular humanism supposedly opens the door to moral relativism. Here's the truth. Our moral framework is solidly anchored in the observable impacts of actions on real people, promoting behaviors that enhance well-being and reduce suffering. We rely on reason and evidence to guide us, not fleeting feelings or ancient edicts. We find deep meaning in human connections and logical thinking, striving for a society that values real outcomes over theoretical purity.
All the while, you literally use the moral standings from Christianity, which you base every single thing you've just said. You literally take the morals from Christianity and say, nah, no God, which literally comes from God.
They copy everything we do, don't they? It's like it's like a mirror. They mimic it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's the same as two people sitting writing a test. The guy sits and he writes exactly. He looks and he's cheating and he's writing exactly what he says, and he takes that guy's paper and erases the guy's name.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's it. So he's getting the answers from that guy, but he's just taken that guy's name and took it away because he's now decided, no, it's his own work. That's practically all it is.
Andrew, while you might be content to debate the ethics of bygone eras, we secular humanists are busy applying rational, thoughtful decisions to improve real lives today. So while some are still praising the finer points of medieval texts, we're ensuring that everyone right
medieval
here...
Text? What are you talking about? Christianity is way before medieval text, dude. Does he not even know the history of Christianity, when it even came about?
No, I don't think he knows anything.
Medieval texts. Wow. Okay.
I think he considers Christianity a medieval religion.
This is what happens to unemployed lesbian gym teachers. Right here.
Right now gets a fair shot at a dignified life, underpinned by principles of consent and continued consent.
Stroops, yeah, Andrew was a bit of a jerk sometimes, but I think he had all the right to be, because if Craig can dish it out, he can receive. It's as easy as that.
Divine intervention, just the commitment to common sense and humanity. Now, the ethical failings of Christianity through both historical and modern lenses is an interesting thing. Historically, Christianity has found itself on the wrong side of morality. Crusades, inquisitions, where violence is not only
Inquisition
justified,
is not Christianity-based. That was
Catholicism.
Catholicism.
No, nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition.
And literally, does this guy ever look up the things? That's what I said. He probably got all these things from ChatGPT, and he didn't actually look it up himself, what is actually going on.
You got to do some first source research, man. Like, dig into what he's reading about before
And this
he goes
is
out.
why, and this is why a lot of students today get caught out using ChatGPT to do their homework, because the people with the knowledge are able to read, hey, this isn't correct.
Mhm.
Just naming a few things doesn't make it correct.
Well, maybe ChatGPT is a good thing. It's going to weed out the idiots.
Mm.
You'll be able to tell who's reading it.
There is nothing, no good is going to come from ChatGPT or any other artificial intelligence. Nothing good is going to come from it. I urge people, do not train it. Do not play with it. Do not teach it. Don't even use the damn self-checkout. The robots will kill us. Don't.
Well, you see, that's how it works, though. You are cautious about it in the beginning. Later on, you become more complacent. Becomes normal. You let your guard down more and more, and eventually, you become fully reliant on the thing that you were skeptical in the beginning. And then, well, you're an open, free target now, and anything can happen what you didn't want to happen in the beginning.
Yep.
You've given yourself over to a threat willingly. Complacency.
Glorified as a divine man. Then there's the endorsement of slavery and colonialism, where scripture was twisted to justify the unjustifiable, oppressing millions under the guise of spiritual destiny. Fast forward to today, and we see the doctrine's lingering effects in discrimination against LGBTQ individuals and the suppression of women's rights, often justified.
No, I think you got that wrong. LGBTQ, TBQ, whatever nonsense, is discriminating reality, not the other way around. If you're a male, you're a male. If you're a female, you're a female. You don't like it, that's your problem. It's not our problem.
Well, if you actually think that, let's take a look. It's the exact opposite of that. Because let's look at what happened to anybody who preached the gospel during their little fag fest that they had going on during their Pride Month and shit. Right. And they arrest the preacher. They they go out of their minds about somebody doing that. What the hell? You're standing there in ass chaps simulating sex with another man, and then you're going to turn around and get bent out of shape about somebody reading scripture. What?
But that's the thing. Isn't indecent exposure illegal? It's literally illegal, okay? Yet they have people walking around with indecent exposure, showing everything with little children there. When someone talks out about it, they say, well, just don't come. If you don't like it, then don't come. It's illegal. You're doing literally an open illegal practice.
Yeah, that should be fine, and you should be arrested for that. Absolutely.
No, the person that calls out is seen as a bigot and a hater.
Doesn't make any sense. Well, I just wanted to ask a question. How are they equivocating the gay and lesbian movement with women's rights?
There is no such thing as a woman, so they can't say that. According to them, there is no such thing as a woman.
Very good.
Haven't you heard when someone asks them, define for me woman? They can't.
That's it.
I'm sorry, but everybody is starting to stand up for this bullshit, and it's good.
Yeah.
That's a good thing. Because it is bullshit. If you want to be classified as a tree, that's your idiotic pleasure, but we don't need to go and lie to ourselves and say you're a tree.
No. I don't have to play dress up with you.
Exactly.
Right?
If you want to be mentally ill, that's your problem. That's not our problem.
Historical fact. Always in history, when big empires starting losing their dignity, men dressing like women taking men's role, and so on, the society was going down, and those countries were going down always, and it happens soon as well in the West.
Demasculating the population, that's just going to cause civilization to fall. Absolutely. But women and then gay rights, they're conflicting because women are now standing up going, you're not a woman. Why are you pretending to be one?
But you see, this is the same problem feminists have. They used to fight for female rights constantly. Now they get the rights. Now they moan about those rights. Because now they have to do the same jobs that men do that they were moaning that they couldn't do. Now they're moaning it's just too hard. It's like, what the hell do you want?
I have a simple question. Please show me just one example when woman doesn't have the same right as a man.
Well, it comes right down to this. This is how the enemy works. Look what you don't have. Instead of look what you have. They're focused on, oh, look, this person has that, but you don't, and you deserve it, blah blah blah, and start the turmoil. And it's like they've totally screwed up the way men and women are supposed to be. Their roles, that they complement one another. They're not supposed to be the same. Okay, they complement one another. It's two halves of a whole. That's what it even represents. That was that the whole creation even represented, the two halves of the whole.
Yes, but it's a devil agenda, because if you check the Satan, how he looks like, he has male and female organs, and that's why they push transhumanism, because they want to get to as close to the Satan as possible. They want to destroy everything, and they want to destroy God's creation. It's war against God and His creation. People don't get it.
Yep.
I guess they can do a better job than he did. That's what they think, I suppose. I have no idea.
No, they can't.
Ancient texts. These aren't just old tales. They're ongoing issues that affect real lives, fueled by policies and attitudes steeped in outdated belief. And divine command theory, well, God said it, so I believe it, and that settles it, really. Because basing your moral compass on what you think a deity commanded millennia ago is like letting your drunk uncle navigate your road trip.
Well, I think I will rather trust what millennia of knowledge tells us compared to you that's only been on Earth for, 40 years?
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah.
And the example after example after example after example of what happens when you go against that. God doesn't have to do anything about it. It destroys itself.
But I mean, look at it this way. Are you going to, for instance, take someone with years and years of experience with something compared to someone who's literally just got out of college just because he came out of college to tell you what's going on?
Yeah.
No experience, but he's going to tell you what's right because someone with years and years of experience is now old.
I'm waiting to hear what he's going to say about modern ethics that they don't really apply it to him. That's the next thing.
But again, all the moral ethics he just talked about were based on Christianity, aka God gave them. The thing he's trying to claim doesn't exist.
They always try to use progression as the excuse too. Oh, come on with it, like he said, antiquated and this, that, and the other. How does an idea not become antiquated at all? It's the same. It's always the same. It's not like, oh well, we can do this now because it's such and such a date. Oh, get with it. It's 2025. Well, what's the date where rape in public is just going to become acceptable? What date does that happen on? Is that going to have a date too? Oh, come on. What are you objecting to that for? It's 2037. Everybody's doing it. Come on.
I got an example for you. Let's say you get a Christmas present one year, and you didn't like it. So what they did, they repackage it next year with a gold ribbon, and you get that next year. Like, oh, it's a new one. You open it up, it's the same thing. It's a repackaging of the same crap. That's all it is.
It is, yeah.
Both are dangerous and outdated. This approach has led to some pretty sketchy interpretation of what God's will looks like. Turns out it's super flexible if you want to justify just about anything. Well, in contrast, secular humanism doesn't just get its ethics from celestial whispers or sacred texts written before we figured out the Earth orbits the sun. We use...
No, it all
they are based on it.
Literally comes from Christianity. And no, the Earth does not orbit the sun.
So he's equivocating flat Earth in this again. He just threw that in there.
Using empathy and evidence to form ethical frameworks that address real-world issues, not dictate dress codes and bedroom activities. So
Christianity doesn't dictate dress codes and bedroom activities.
No.
I give you moral guidelines on you should not fornicate. Simple as that. But there's reasons for that, Craig. Why do you think there's so many young children today having abortions because they don't want their parents to find out they've been sleeping around? Why do you think so many people are in divorce today, Craig? Why do you think there is so much orphans out there today, Craig? Because they don't follow the moral foundation that God laid out. There's a reason they were laid out.
That makes me think about professors that actually push for this stuff. They're after their students. They're very perverted, you might say.
Mm-hmm. It's all perverted.
Yeah.
It's all about the destruction of society and the nuclear family. That's the devil's agenda.
Well, let's look at it this way. There is even in America, there's actual communities that literally just stick to godly principles. Do they have any, and I mean any, things like what secular humanism pushes? Do they have abortions?
No.
Do they have any divorces?
Nope.
Not that I know of.
Do they have any of these rage murders and any drug abuse problems? No.
Well, they do have the Amish mafia, and they've been guilty of drive-by shunning. They all get in it. They all get in a buggy, and when they go by their enemy's house, they all just turn their backs and shit when they're going by. There, take that, Jacob.
In Abadiah's pitch black Volkswagen with tinted headlights.
Yeah, there you go. Spinners. Got them spinner rims on them.
Yeah, the point is that if you stick to God's rules that were there for a reason, half the things we are struggling today with wouldn't be a thing.
He's going rolling down the road, sipping on raw milk. With my mind on my farm and my farm on my mind.
Oh, man. Yeah, it's crazy.
Christianity clings to its ancient script. Secular humanism is busy solving modern puzzles, moving forward, not backward, building a society based on equality and science.
Moving forward, not backward, when you're literally trying to take people, let's say a woman's born as a woman, trying to say, sorry, you're not a woman. That's backwards. That's not modern walking forward.
No, but if we follow the moral guidelines that we were given to start with, what you're basically saying earlier is none of these problems would exist in the first place.
Uh-huh.
What's the problem?
Not superstition and suppression. It's time we left the biblical ethics in the past where they belong and focus on building a fairer world for everyone. Because let's face it, if your moral system has more plot holes than a bad soap opera, maybe it's time for a rewrite. Secular humanism isn't just good on paper, it's spectacular in practice. When we base our ethical standards on reason and human well-being, rather than ancient scriptures, we end up with policies that genuinely improve lives. This isn't about lofty ideals, it's about real benefits like better healthcare, advanced education, and robust welfare systems that actually work because they're built on evidence.
Whoa. Secular humanism is not about better education or anything. It's a communist education. They choose what you will be educated on. This guy's talking bullshit. They tell you straight what you will be educated on.
Well, that'd be a good way to push a global agenda, wouldn't it?
Uh-huh.
Everybody's on.
Yeah. Just put this up.
Not faith. Here's something Andrew might find hard to swallow. The happiest countries in the world are overwhelmingly secular. Look at global...
What? Really? Please go and show us this. He's made a big claim. He's made a big claim there.
Yeah. In America, based on Christianity, too? Wasn't it?
Supposed to be.
Yeah.
Although the forefathers were unfortunately Masons. Again, like we said earlier, perverting what it really stands for.
Yeah.
Global happiness indices, nations that embrace governance aren't just a little happier, they're leading the charts. These countries have higher standards of living, more inclusive laws, and you guessed it, they're pushing the envelope in science and technology while respecting individual freedoms. Why does this matter?
Which countries? I want to know which countries. Because that's a big claim.
I'll give you an example like Saudi Arabia. That's a complete Muslim country. They have more money and more technology than any other country in the world.
Yeah, they got their wealth from oil, though.
Yeah. But, what he's talking about doesn't exist.
No, it doesn't. He's making shit up. He gets all this from Make Shit Up University.
Society's health and welfare are not afterthoughts, they're priorities. We see significantly better public health outcomes when policies are shaped by science, not superstition. Lower rates of poverty, higher life expectancy, and greater social equality. These aren't coincidences, they're the results of choosing humanism over dogmatism. So while Andrew and his followers might yearn for the good old days of divine rule, the rest of us are enjoying the fruits of society that values all its members and bases its decisions on logic and love, not fear and control. In the modern world, secular humanism...
Oh, really? That's very touching, Craig. Too bad that...
We've got a lot of fruits in society as a result of that. Yes.
Yeah.
What I want to point out right quick, if you allow the family to take care of the family, you won't have these societal problems trickling down. What Christianity gives a moral guideline for a family, as opposed to letting government take care of the problem after the fact. They want to make money off of this. The government.
Well, how much? Yeah, but how many dysfunctional families are there because of atheism? Because they believe they can just do what they want.
Yeah, that's what they want, so they can actually benefit from it. The government wants to benefit by making social programs to help these people out after the fact. They cause the problem, and they have the solution. That's what this is.
Yeah.
Isn't just a better moral choice, it's the blueprint for a thriving, progressive society. Let's remember what's at stake. We're not just debating ideologies, we're discussing the blueprint for future. Secular humanism offers us a path forward that no longer serves us in...
I don't know what he's keep clicking on his laptop for if he's got his cell phone in his hand. Quite weird.
He's getting fed some...
that
I don't know.
Shackles us from ancient texts and divine decrees that no longer serve us in the modern interconnected world. We have a chance to build a fairer world, one where policies are not dictated by religious bias, but crafted from compassion and ethical evidence. A world where every individual is valued, where their rights are protected, not because a deity says so, but because our common humanity demands it. Let's choose a future where our children are taught to think critically, to respect science, and to care deeply about the welfare of others. Let's embrace secular humanism, not just because it offers better...
Yeah, I agree. And that's exactly what Christianity teaches. There's a foundation which Christianity says, Craig, put others before yourself. Do you know that, Craig? Now let's go to secular humanism. What does it say? Me, I'm better than you. Totally opposite of what you just said, Craig. Because I can guarantee you, let's for instance have a pregnant woman standing in a bus. I can guarantee you, 9 out of 10 times, the Christian will stand up. The secular humanist will stare on sitting there, don't give a shit about the woman standing that's pregnant. Why? Because why must he worry about her? It's about him. Christianity, on the other hand, is like, oh, please come sit down because I must be less for you.
Put your fellow man above yourself, and it makes society flow much smoother, actually.
Yeah.
Don't want to do that. I want to get mine while I can.
And do secular humanists go out and die for the secular humanism?
No.
Do Christians go out and die? Do Christians go out and die for Christianity?
Yeah.
Yes. Daily. Secular humanism, atheists, which is a secular humanist, literally cause murders daily, Craig. As we're going on, people are getting murdered all over the world. Christians are not murdering them.
What I just read where Israel's trying to pass a law where I think it's like you get 7 years in prison if you preach the gospel in Israel.
Yeah, that's getting crazy. I mean, you're not even allowed to pray on the street anymore.
Nope.
You get prisoned for praying on the street. Where's the rights in that?
Why they come with this idea? Because it comes from the 7 Noahide laws. Why? Because they are from the synagogue of Satan. Why? Because they are of the Satan. Mm-hmm. That's why God commanded get rid of them. Because if you leave, even if you leave one of them, nothing will change. That's why God commanded. Because He gave him, I think, 500 years. He was trying to send the people, teaching them and so on. And finally had enough. It was plenty of time, 5 centuries. And they didn't change.
And we got to also give another big glaring issue here. with Craig. He says it looking for equality and free speech, but you're literally condemning Christianity. That's not equality and free speech.
Well, what they've done is they've conflated the idea of liberty against man's constraints and that of dictators and kings with liberty from God's law, to where there's no accountability. You see, there's a fine line there, and they don't observe it whatsoever. Yeah. In order for there to be a crime, there has to be a victim. You have to have caused loss, injury, or harm to another. So when somebody is silently praying outside of an abortion clinic and they get arrested, who was the victim? Mm-hmm. We don't see that there was a crime, but they do see it was a crime because the victim was the demons themselves.
Exactly.
Yes, because they have created victimless crimes, because they're playing with words. Double speak.
That's oppression in my book.
Yeah. And it's insanity. I mean, they're literally openly murdering humans, which they say they want to protect, inside the building, but they worry about a guy that's praying for those people.
Well, they call it health care. How Luciferian, how inverted is that? Murdering babies is somehow health care.
Ripping limbs apart is health care. I want to see those people that rip those limbs apart, if they will sit still so someone can rip their limbs apart. See how they will like that.
Right.
They wouldn't at all.
But you know what? Their due will come, because what you do is going to happen to you. So one day when you do sit and say, God says, I told you so, don't go and say, when you're the one that literally asked for it. Because unfortunately, you're going to get it for eternity.
I heard a testimony from an abortion doctor. He realized one day that he is actually committing murder, and he decided he was not going to do it. So he's on a campaign to stop abortion. He did it for years, and he didn't even really bat an eye at it. And one day it just dawned on him, I think.
The problem is a lot of them are blinded by demons by this, so they don't really see the wrong in it. You can literally see the evil in their eyes. The people, they're prideful about doing this. You can see it in their eyes. It's like literally can see.
Pushing abortion has a few purposes. One of them, it's money, because they make money from the aborted babies. It's one thing. Second thing, it's destruction of God's creation. Third thing is the population. And there are many more.
Yep. It's sad.
There's even a psychology set that actually coaches the women after abortion. They're paid by the state. And I've talked to these people, and they're mad because they overturned Roe v. Wade. Because they're going to lose their income because of it in each state. Because it's up to the state now to determine whether that person is legally going to have an abortion or not. They're mad about it. They're across the board.
But I mean, there used to be an old thing that was like abortion, and what the Bible talks about, which God wiped them out because of this. Remember when the people sacrificed their babies to Molech, the god Molech, literally sticking their babies on a burning statue to burn alive. They would play drums as loud as they can so the people can't hear the screams of the babies. Okay? They would give birth to the babies and stick them on a burning, hot Molech statue. That was the abortion of the day. Okay?
It's occult mass.
The atheists say God is hateful because he wiped those people out. Okay? Now, the same people are saying Christians are hateful because we're stopping people from ripping babies' limbs apart.
Occult,
what does that tell
mass,
you?
Genocide, sacrifice in the name of God of this earth.
Just to take it on a social standpoint, eugenics is trying to wipe out what they call the bad part of humanity. So that's why they're all for this stuff. God didn't create anything bad.
Miss Singer created this stuff.
Well, you'd have to. That's why they have to get you to subscribe to this evolution, and then that will fly. We're strengthening the herd. Blah 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 blah. Right?
Yeah, you got no meaning. You're just here by chance, exactly.
What I think it was Rothschild or Rockefeller, or no, I can't remember which one said it. They said if we convince people and they will do it willingly, kill their offspring, their children, we have won.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you see, by getting you to believe that evolution is a real thing, then now we have control over our own evolution. You see, and there again, assuming a godlike power. We're going to strengthen humans by weeding out the weak and weeding out this.
Harry said that they can do a better job than God because they can change people into transhumans.
But these are the same people also that moan that there's a natural disaster. Why does God have natural disasters? But these are the same people that, like we said, are for abortion. They're for the death penalty. They're for killing people.
I barely see natural disasters. I barely see natural disasters. I see everywhere direct energy weapons used, and the harp.
And you do, there's a lot of man-made disasters out there. But who do they want to give the blame? God.
If you're prepared for a natural disaster, and I've been through floods, hurricanes, all kinds of stuff, you'll make it through. And preparing for it would be a very smart thing.
It does depend, though.
Earthquakes are hard to prepare against, but I mean, you don't build on a fault line neither, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you do if you live in Los Angeles.
You guys just move to South Africa, then you don't have to worry about natural disasters. Hardly any.
All right. Nice. I'll pack my stuff up tomorrow. We'll get on
the only natural disasters we have is the government.
Oh my God! Yeah, I've seen some stuff that's been happening to crazy, like white farmers in South Africa. There's some brutal shit going on.
They're going the same route that Rhodesia went
mm-hmm.
Before they became Zimbabwe, where they like literally trying to get all the farmers out, and now they're sitting like with nothing. It's the same thing going on here now because the government thinks we don't get food from farmers, we get food from the shops.
Yeah.
That's their logic. We don't get food from the farmers, we get food from the shops.
Yes.
So why do we eat the farmers?
And the milk comes from the box in the shop, not from cows.
Yeah, it's a magic box that creates its own food. Here, come on.
This is how clever our government is, guys.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
So if you listen to Alan Watt, he was invited to the meetings when they had round tables, and they were cherry picking the most intelligent from them to work on the project against the humanity. It's his own words. He was part of it, and he just he refuses to join them. But he was on the meeting to see what's going on. So if you really want to know how they're planning, how they're achieving their goals, listen to Alan Watt. Fortunately, he's dead, but his wife is still posting his videos every day. So it's, what's his name on the channel? Let me check it quickly. Give me a second, guys.
No stress. While you're looking, we're going to carry on with this.
Because it leads to a better lives, happier and healthier and more harmonious. So Andrew, I challenge you to look beyond the dogmas of the past and join us in shaping a more rational, just and humane world. The future doesn't belong to ancient texts or celestial overseers, it belongs to all of us. All of us here today, ready to make a difference with every decision we make, grounded in reason and empathy. And James, thank you for bringing me here for my first ever in-person debate. And thank you, Andrew, for being my opponent.
No problem at all.
Thank you very much.
Isn't that...
That's James.
No, but then in the background, it almost looks like Max. It's not, though. It is a confused, though.
Thanks, gentlemen. We'll kick it into the 60-minute open dialogue. The floor is all yours.
Yes. Yeah, so,
I have it.
If I ask,
it's Alan Watt, Cutting to the Matrix, and channel name it's as well on the YouTube. But his wife, Diana, is Marisa, is cutting the films because they can't be posted. So she has channel on the Odyssey and Rumble and BitChute as well. So you can watch over there full versions. It's Alan Watt CTTM, mainly Cutting to the Matrix. So you should really listen to him.
A quick question: do you have a copy of Humanism 3? You know, you do follow Humanism 3?
It's a framework, yes.
Okay, it is your framework. Yeah. Can you using the document of Humanism 3, debunk a single prescriptive statement that I make?
No.
Well, your prescriptive statements were just something you made up based on your personal interpretations.
No, he read it out. He literally read the manifesto out. It's not his personal nothing. He read the manifesto out.
And
Not
he
a
did
good
it
start.
intentionally. Yeah.
Yes.
And just so he'd get that out of him, he did.
I mean, this is why, if Craig was smart enough to understand, this is exactly why Andrew asked him, do you have a copy of it? Because if you did, you would know what he read. You would know it's not his own words. It's the manifesto that you are fighting for.
Yeah, this is funny.
Secular Humanism 3.
Yeah, I was in the middle talking, Andrew.
So it's Humanism
If
3.
you want to calm down when I'm talking, that'd be great. Thank you. Yeah, what you did was you said, I think this is what the manifesto says, so therefore I'm going to interpret it this way and bring my own prescriptions. Well, Andrew, your prescriptions are your prescriptions, and that is literally a straw man because it is your
He told him he doesn't know what straw man is. He told he's going to say straw man. And by the way, Craig, you're literally saying your interpretation is hypocritical because that's exactly what secular humanism is about. Your opinion and interpretation of morality. You literally threw yourself under the bus.
Very well played by his proponent.
Mm-hmm. So he literally lost. He literally threw his own argument under the bus. He went against what he's fighting for.
Interpretation of secular humanism, which doesn't align with what everyone else thinks secular humanism is. You claim I don't know what an ad hominem things are. Trust me, I debate flat earthers all the time. But yeah, I don't have to argue against your personal prescriptions. We can just talk about what secular humanism is better for society. None of the things that you mentioned are about society. They're just what you don't like about secular humanism. What I'm just going to ask you is very simple.
Humanism.
Yeah, what I'm going to ask you, Andrew, is very simple.
How long are you going to filibuster, dude?
Well, I was literally about to ask a question. If you can calm down and let me...
No, Craig, that's not how it works, especially in a live debate. You can't just carry on talking because you see, the thing is, on the internet, he can talk the whole time because he's not by someone. But there he's literally sitting, they got a 15-minute cap. Okay? Andrew also has to talk. Now, he doesn't want Andrew to talk. Now, he's got an issue with him talking.
Where's the moderator at? What's James doing?
He just sits there and smiles. That's all he ever does.
Oh, well.
Let me finish my sentence, then you can respond.
Craig,
right, what
Craig,
I am going to ask
Craig,
you
chill
is...
out, Craig. Stop spurging, Craig.
What I'm going to ask you, Andrew...
Craig.
I'm like 3 words away from the end.
Craig. Stop spurging. Calm
Are you
down.
okay?
All right, we'll get to the question. Go ahead, Craig.
Do you need a moment, Andrew? It's okay.
Hey, there we go. And he says, go ahead, Craig, ask a question. That's wrong. James should have let Andrew talk because Craig already said something. He already said his statement. He already had something to say. So now it was Andrew's chance to respond. But Craig's not giving him that chance to respond.
That's very biased, dude. And they are on modern day debates, aren't they?
They're awful.
If you need a moment to take a breath, that's
Go ahead,
absolutely
Craig.
fine. Yeah.
Craig, time to ask the question.
What I'm going to ask you, Andrew, is because
Craig.
you failed to do that in your opening, could you explain to us why Christianity is better for society?
Yeah,
His literal opening was about that. Did you even listen to what he said, Craig? His whole opening was about it. He said, your morals come from Christianity.
Just
Here.
your own views.
Yeah.
of society.
So let's make this really simple, right? So Craig says here, he says, well, that's your interpretation of the Humanist Manifesto. You see the problem?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Everybody's
that
going to
wasn't
have
my
an
question.
interpretation of the Humanist Manifesto. Thus, if everybody has an interpretation of the Humanist Manifesto, including me, we can make prescriptions based on it, Craig. So now I'm making prescriptions based on the Humanist Manifesto for what? Society. Okay? You are asking about Christianity. I told you that Christian ethics are better for society because I can refute the prescriptions made in the Humanist Manifesto that I just made in the Humanist Manifesto. You, Craig, cannot refute a single prescription I made off a single tenet in the Humanist Manifesto using your own manifesto. Do you understand?
You see? You see? Using your own manifesto. What?
He's just too stupid to acknowledge it. He's just too stupid to say it. He's been destroyed. It's just this guy's oblivion.
He ended the debate right then, dude. That's the end of it. There's nothing else left for Craig.
The debate ended ages ago. When Andrew started talking in his opening, the debate ended. Craig, in his opening, just buried himself more and more, and now he's literally 6 feet under, trying to grasp himself up, but he's upside down, digging a hole deeper.
Is he looking for a consensus to win this debate or something?
He will dig to Australia,
Yeah, you got to get there.
Yes, Andrew, I completely understand
So
that.
doesn't that have a society entailment, a societal entailment, Craig?
Would you like me to answer the question, or are you just going to talk when I talk?
Can't wait. Go ahead.
Do you need a minute to calm down? It's fine. We can take 2 minutes, and you can...
This is a live debate, Craig, not a therapy session for you.
He's always accusing people of the things he's doing himself.
Mm-hmm.
We have a word for that, right? It's called projection.
Yep.
The answer, please.
Yeah, so again, what you haven't done is explain why Christianity is better. You just said, I think it's better because I don't like secular humanism.
No.
That's not explaining why Christianity morals about Christianity.
Don't worry. I want to say, Andrew, that's exactly how I feel every time I debate these guys. That's why you usually see me going like this. Because you literally get a headache for re-explaining yourself in different ways, so dumbed down that a child gets it, that they still don't get it.
But he considers himself that he's intelligent.
PJ sleeping.
Well, comprehension's not as strong. I don't know. PJ, you asleep?
Yeah, he's asleep.
Yeah, he is.
Well, he's going to be awake all night again, so let him sleep.
Yeah. Make it better for everybody. What you've done is simply attack secular humanism. You haven't given me a single reason why Christianity specifically is better. What you said
is when you attack a subject like secular humanism, that is saying why it is not correct and the other is correct. That's literally what attacking it is. What else would attacking it be?
It shouldn't exist.
Christianity is better because
yeah,
I don't like these things about secular humanism, and I want you to tell me why these things about secular humanism is bad. But Andrew, you aren't here to attack secular humanism. You're here to defend Christianity. You failed to do it in your intro, so can you just give me a single reason specifically?
Both. You can do both at the same time.
That's exactly that. That's exactly saying don't attack what I believe in because you must defend what you believe in. That's literally defending what you believe in when you attack the other belief. It's how can I say, the antipodal.
That's a good term, yeah. I think this secular humanism is more like cancer to me. It's like it needs to be cut off.
It rots the brain.
Secular humanism, because that's what flat earthers do. You're acting like a flat earther. So flat earthers attack the globe.
Listen, man.
I love his facial expression. He's just sitting there like all taking us like, what's wrong with this guy?
Instead of saying why flat earth better. So instead of attacking secular humanism, could you give me a reason why Christianity is the thing that is better for society? Tell me what ethics, what morals.
Yeah, because when I make prescriptions based on a humanist manifesto, I can debunk those prescriptions using Christian ethics. You can't debunk those prescriptions using the humanist manifesto.
Well, go on, then.
That's why it's better. Okay, here, I'll show you. Let's give you an example. If we can go through this, we can get through
that'd be wonderful, yeah, because what I would like to hear is reasons why Christianity is better, not reasons why you dislike secular humanism. This isn't about feelings, this is about reasons.
Let's do this, perhaps, so that we're not talking past each other. Are you willing to steel man my argument here? Can you steel man?
Well, your argument would be based on your particular version of Christianity, which is which again?
So you didn't listen to what he said?
There's only
Was
one
Craig
Christianity.
in the debate? Brilliant. Brilliant. Please steel man my argument. What is your argument? You just listened for a half hour.
If the eyesight could kill, Andrew would kill him now.
Look at that look on his face, dude. He's got the steel look on it.
Yeah. Because he literally just caught him out. He knows he was not listening to what was said.
Yes, because he's only in his bubble of thoughts. He only cares about the stuff he's going to tell. He doesn't care about what other people have to say and doesn't take it into consideration because he has his own thoughts. And all other people, according to him, are stupid. He is the most intelligent. Ego.
But he is so dumb. He doesn't get literally a minute ago. Andrew told him what his argument was. So he literally can steel man him off what he just said a minute ago.
It's a good thing the audience is here. That's why they'll be able to pull both sides together and know who's full of crap.
I mean, this reminds
in his place, and I would tell him, I just told you that a second ago. You listen to me? If you didn't, why we have this debate?
Exactly. But I mean, this is exactly how dumb these people are. This reminds me of that Mike guy from the bunk show when he started thinking the lemon is a real lemon in Antarctica. This is the level of intelligence people have to deal with these anti-flat earth idiots.
They're definitely idiots for sure.
Yeah, they always claim to be these highly intelligent people that know everything, but I don't know. It's as if they just get dumber by the day. I don't know. It's like literally idiocracy playing out here.
Good movie. I like it.
I did enjoy Idiocracy.
It's a documentary.
Mm-hmm. This is good. The time Andrew realized how flat earthers feel. Yes, Andrew. In other words, you're getting wrongly accused for things because the guy's so dumb he doesn't know what's going on. By the way, guys, we got 64 likes. Can we get to 100? Really appreciate it. You guys rock. And the votes so far, FTFE is way out of his league. 81% say yes. 19% say no.
Wow.
Interesting.
Oh, PJ's awake.
Hey, he's
I
awake.
assume it was misclick from the end because no one who really sees the debate. You just can't say what you have chosen. You must be objective. I assume, really, guys, it was misclick.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I would actually like to talk to Andrew about Orthodox scripture. Because it'd be interesting what his thoughts on the firmament, because he is not a flat earther, obviously. I got nothing against the guy. I think he's an awesome guy. I think he does a great job, what he does.
Yeah.
And I have all utmost respect for him.
He's focused on his stuff, because he's not really looking into the flat earth. So I can't blame him.
Yeah, that's what I said. I got nothing against him. Again, flat earth doesn't make you a Christian or not. So.
No, I've always liked him.
The thing is, if we point out the pseudoscience that's behind his belief in a globe, it would probably change his outlook, I think.
I will gladly provide him to Samuel 11 from the Matthew Bible when it clearly states the earth is flat, not open field. So maybe he will change his mind because he's going after scripture. Unfortunately, he's base for the Christian is King James Bible, which is bad.
Yeah, but you see, he's a whole. How can I put it? All his focus is not on flat earth though. His focus is specifically on very specific topics based on Christianity.
Yes.
So,
I'm not asking him to be a crusader.
It's impossible.
To look into their proofs and stuff.
He's debater. That's his job. So he's focusing in his part of research. He doesn't look over because I assume he doesn't have time for that even.
No.
We'll just leave the others. If we show him our proofs versus their pseudo stuff as it goes, he could actually see it from our point of view.
Yeah, he will see the logic in it, and he would flip. but we would need to have opportunity to confront him with this. It might be the scripture, like to Samuel 11 and other verses from the original Bibles, not from the Chinese and adjusted.
Wait, PJ, don't you want to go sleep, man?
Yeah, go
I think
ahead.
it's gonna be better. Go sleep, man.
Yeah.
We're gonna stream late and stuff. So
Sorry.
I'll text you later. Make sure you're up.
yeah, get some sleep in, man. Get some rest.
I'll be all right. I'll be all right. I'll be all right.
Hardcore.
He's in it to win it.
This guy's hardcore, in it, man.
Fake it till you make it.
Yeah. If we get rid of the anti-flat earthers, a lot of this stuff would go away. Seriously. Yeah.
Okay.
Can you steel man my argument, Craig?
Which argument?
The one I just made, Craig.
Your
Exactly. That's what I'm referring to.
Look at that face. Oh man. And you know, Craig's been asking me for the last week or two. He wants to debate me. I'm like, I'm just not interested because I want a challenge. And it's exactly things like this. I just don't find it challenging to debate these guys anymore. It's literally, it feels like you're hitting your head against the wall constantly. You're getting nowhere because they are dumb. There's no other word for it. They're very slow.
Pure indoctrinated. They just conformed.
Yes.
You might as well be debating a wall because you get exactly the same response.
Yeah, I was going to say, what's the topic you're going to debate them on? That's what I want to know.
That's why I got frustrated with Bev last time. I said, I'm not going to waste my time any longer. It's exactly the same. After you've explained it for an hour long, and he still doesn't get it.
It's it. And then the last time you probably spoke to Bev, he was exactly the same. And I'd probably say it's a year apart or whatever, but exactly the same attitude, exactly the same things they're saying and doing.
It doesn't change. It doesn't. There's no moving forward. There's no, they don't even evolve their conversation. It's literally just goes back to default.
It's like you're stymied all the time. You're not going to get anywhere with this at all.
Ooh, and yeah, it says pause on the funny number 33, and he's got skull and bones on. Yeah,
you did it on purpose.
Our argument is you don't like secular humanism. These are the things I don't like about secular humanism. So I'm going to say secular humanism can do these things.
No, that's not what he
means
said.
That secular humanism is bad. That's what you said, Andrew. You have given me a list of things that you think you can prescribe based on the Humanist Manifesto, right? That's what you've done, correct? Right? So therefore, you are saying, well, these are the prescriptions that I think I can give based on secular humanism.
Why do I think Christianity is better? What's my argument? Christianity.
You haven't said
that.
You've said.
Told you literally 4 times at least in this debate, which hasn't even been on that long. Come on, Craig, keep up.
Now I know why you call him.
You said, Andrew, is that
he's like goldfish. 5 seconds attention span.
Christianity can debunk these things, but you haven't explained how it can debunk them.
Okay, let's
give me specifics related to Christianity.
Let's do it.
Debunk the things about secular humanism you don't like.
Prescription.
Because so far you've given me no reason why Christianity is better.
Craig, I'll do it.
Shut the fuck up, Craig.
Do you agree that?
Exactly. He doesn't keep quiet long enough so someone can talk.
Because he wanna argue that he's all memo. He wanna argue. He doesn't wanna listen.
He has no point. He has to make an argument. That's all he did.
Yeah, then he'll say it's you. Then he'll say that it's you, the opposition. Oh, you won't let me talk. You won't let me talk. You're talking all the time. When it's literally him that's doing it, you know? Projection.
Yeah.
I wish someone would make a check, for how long Craig is speaking against any of his debaters. And I would say it's like a 70, 80%, my assumption. That's how it looks like from my perspective.
That the first 10 for secular humanism is knowledge of the world is derived by observation, experimentation, and rational analysis.
That's what I said, and if we go back to the slide, which you didn't present any.
Why do I need to present a slide?
Well, it's because you've got a big thing up there to present
That's
slides.
got an issue.
I know.
But he doesn't present a slide.
That's ridiculous. You
When
know,
you go
I
to
mean,
debate, you listen to the argument. You don't look at pretty pictures.
no.
Straw manning.
It's like, yeah, there's a board there you could put a slide up on. Go, you didn't
Now
use
we
it,
know
but
why I
I
was.
did.
Now we know why I was keep on clicking on the computer. He had slides, so he wasn't actually concentrating what was happening. He was trying to click slides. Okay.
Can
So
really
in other
those
words, he struggles to multitask.
Can really those 19% say that the Craig is honest?
Cheers,
Be honest
Roger.
with yourself. Don't say it to me. Don't say it to anyone. Be honest with yourself.
Cheers,
Look,
Roger.
you can
Thanks
lie
for
to
coming out.
everyone else.
Yeah,
But lying to yourself is stupid.
Yeah.
Oh.
Exactly.
Nice to
I hate you. So anyway,
Yeah, because one of us prepares for the arguments, the other one, you know.
I didn't prepare for the arguments because
Well,
I didn't have a slideshow.
That's idiotic. I didn't listen to this part. I didn't prepare the arguments because I didn't have a slideshow. Yeah, Craig. Literally, when you say stupid stuff like that, people look at you like, "What's this guy on?"
Andrew, you've done a million debates. This is my second. I thought I'd do some research and prepare, and give something for the audience to look at. But
Can we get back to this? So,
Yeah,
do you,
please,
do
go
you
ahead.
agree? Yes or no? Tenet 1, knowledge.
I did say yes. Maybe you have problems hearing, but carry on.
Craig, you need to calm down, bro.
Oh, I'm fine. I'm waiting for your.
Calm down.
What I'm doing, Andrew, is I'm waiting for your
wants to
argument.
talk.
But you yet to give one.
I just want to make sure that we're clear.
Yeah, we are clear. But
Okay,
you haven't
good.
yet
Let's
given
move
an argument
forward.
for your position.
Okay, so my prescription to that, Craig, is the birth rate is low, therefore all women must be forcibly bred, and experiments must be conducted on them to maximize fertility and thereby maximize human flourishing because science, and that is good. Now, Craig, that's what I read from Tenet 1, right? Can you use any of the tenets in secular, the Humanist Manifesto 3, to debunk that prescription or tell me why that prescription's bad?
So still no reasons why Christianity is better. That's what I'm asking.
Well, Christianity was a specific question.
This
He's
guy.
reading it from your manifesto. You dumb.
Why does anybody give this guy even the time of day? Why do they even bother with this fucking retard?
And I think MDD's invested in him, isn't it?
Yeah, they are.
They paid him to fly over there and stay there to give this debate, which is way outclassed, by the way.
Crazy.
Like,
Soft,
he literally has no knowledge on the subject, and he's so slow, he doesn't literally get what he literally said to him 5 seconds ago.
Yeah.
So please don't diminish retards. They are way more intelligent than he is.
Oh, how?
What you're saying is explain why this is good.
Because
but I've yet
under-
to hear
because
why
under-
Christianity-
okay, let me
You
explain.
said you can debunk that using
Bro,
Christianity.
Then I'll
so can
I'll
you?
explain. Yes. So under Christian ethics, forcibly locking up women
wrong.
and doing horrible things to them would be a violation of God's law. It'd be a violation of Jesus Christ's law to man. So because of that, Christians would say, no, you can't lock women up and forcibly breed and experiment on them. You're not allowed to do that.
Craig's just too dumb to understand this. He needs him literally to spell it out to him.
It's like speaking to the child, and child would get it, but he can't somehow.
Wow.
Craig, I just gave you a demonstration
Right.
of how Christianity would debunk this. Now, Craig, can you use the
Yes.
Humanist Manifesto to do it? Great.
Absolutely.
Let's do it.
Well, so your prescription is a straw man of secular humanism.
Oh my word. You remember you said that Craig doesn't know what a straw man is?
Oh, we did.
There we go.
Yeah.
These guys are laughing at him.
It's all right. I can explain why. Right? Because secular humanism doesn't say you've gone that there's a low birth rate, therefore we have to do this. Secular humanism doesn't say there's a low birth rate. Read the tenet again for me.
It says knowledge in the world is derived by observation, experiment, and rational analysis.
And then what was your prescription?
My prescription, based on my interpretation of this, is that the birth rate is low, therefore all women must be forcibly bred. Experiments must be conducted on them to maximize fertility and therefore maximize human flourishing because science, and that is good.
So you're saying that secular humanism makes a low birth rate?
No, I'm saying that the interpretation here prescriptively and what I'm reading is that this prescription would not in any way counter that tenet.
Well, the fact that there's low birth rates isn't a bad thing. It's not low birth rates, it's lower birth rates.
Is locking women up and breeding them a bad
absolutely
thing?
not. We wouldn't.
That's not a bad thing? Or it is a bad thing?
When I'm in the middle of a sentence explaining something.
He's trying to figure out if you say it's okay, based on secular humanism, to lock women up and forcibly cause them to give birth, you moron.
God, he's stupid.
It hurts my brain. Thank you, Roger Redwell, for your $2 super chat. Says Q-tips are cheap. Craig, invest in some.
He's trying to turn this into an argument about birth rate.
Yeah.
And it's not the point. That's just the context of the situation. Okay, we're not really discussing birth weights. We're discussing, is it okay to lock women away and do fertility experiments on them? That is the point.
Yeah.
Good God, this guy's just a cheesehead.
I think majority.
You've got a block of fucking cheese for a brain.
Yeah, he can't. He just can't get basic conversations.
No.
Thank you, Alan Action, for being a member for 26 months. He says Craig beats up old ladies. Thank you for
I've heard that.
You've been a member. You rock. But yeah, how do you not get that? So, according to secular humanism, it can't debunk that, because how are you going to say it's morally wrong, Craig? That's the whole point. You have no foundation to say that doing that is wrong. Christianity has a foundation to say that is wrong. You don't. That's the whole point of this debate. Whew.
You're a retard.
That's when you be quiet and listen. Maybe I know you're used to.
I know. I'm way out of luck, Craig. I know.
Yeah, but if you let me finish my thoughts, it would be helpful. If I can finish what I'm saying.
Okay, go ahead.
So secular humanism is about harm and locking people up and doing experiments.
That's how he's taking. You can see he's like trying to hold himself. Like I can just read his mind as like, damn, this guy's dumb. He's so stupid. How did I end up getting stuck with this retard? I think that's what's going on. I think at the end of the day, Andrew, you should go to James and say, please, next time, give me a proper opponent that's got an IQ higher than 20.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
On them is causing harm, and they wouldn't do that. A lower birth rate doesn't necessarily mean that things are bad. It just means that there is less people than having lots of people. Now, an extremely large birth rate has many problems.
But this isn't about the birth rate, you moron. This is about locking them up and forcing them with experiments and to give birth.
God, he's a really stupid person. He really is. And he thinks he's smart. That's the thing. And what's worse is he's got people that watch him that think he's smart.
That's the scary part. He's got people that actually thinks he did well.
Of course.
Even according to go with this argument, he's wrong. I'll tell you why. Even China, which is central driven, they figured out that the one-child policy is bad because their society getting smaller and smaller, and they don't have as many intelligent people who can drive invention and so on as before, because they are going down the number of people in society. They're getting very old. They don't get enough young people to replace the old people who are dying.
Or look at China.
Communists get it. So
even look at China. Even China had an issue with their two, where they say you're not allowed to have more than 2 children. Now they're struggling for the Chinese population.
It wasn't 2. I think it was 1.
It was 1.
Yeah.
But now they're trying to struggle for them to get 2 children. Thank you, PJ, for being a member for 28 months. Wow, that's awesome, man. He says, I got a free one too. Craig was doomed from the start. He was very ill prepared, but I bet he enjoyed the flight.
Yeah, he was. He was ill prepared. I mean, he was doomed from the start. As soon as I seen the title of it and who he was debating, it was like, wow.
I think so. He got flight for free because stupidity can fly. So I think it was free for him.
Oh.
This is also true. Craig also doesn't understand the difference between population number and rate of replacement. That's true.
Yes.
Look at what large birth rates cause, broken families, people being homeless, lots of things like that. So there's no reason would, if there is a low birth rate, go and then lock people up and experiment on them, because that is not necessarily a bad thing. And having a slightly lower birth rate can actually help humans flourish.
Low birth doesn't create poverty.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't. Governments create that. So he knows BS about anything.
Exactly. But again, that's not the argument made, though. So he's totally off topic.
All about human flourishing, and having a slightly lower birth rate will actually help, because it allows better standards of living, less poverty, less problems, less children being abandoned, less.
Remember, Andrew asked him specifically out. Okay, he asked him, so is it wrong to lock females up, women, and forcefully do experiments on them? That's what he asked. He outright asked him that. And he still doesn't get what's being asked. It's a yes or no question. And if you say yes, you have to then use your secular humanism to justify it. If you say no, then you have to use your secular humanism to say why it's wrong. Yet he has not answered any of those. He's now talking about population, because he heard the word population in the memorandum.
There was a Polish guy, and he was asked by the interviewer question, and the question was, should we pay taxes to the government? And he said, it's not a yes or no question. It is a yes or no question, so we can say yes or no. No, this question is not yes or no. Oh, very interesting. So he asked him in the reply, did you stop abusing your wife?
This is actually a very good question. I have to put this up. Would secularism condone necrophilia, since no harm is being done to the individual as they are already dead?
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Where's the harm in that? The guy's dead.
I've heard this question before.
Family and societal problems from having too many people around. So you have come up with your prescription, which is a prescription I don't agree with. So I don't have to accept your prescription.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay, so
if I don't have to accept your prescription, I don't even have to debunk it. That is your prescription.
Yeah.
And it's not what any secular humanism would say. In fact, that prescription is a logical impossibility based in secular humanism.
No, it's not. Jack the Ripper will tell you that's wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And governments will disagree with you as well.
Includes doing harm. And secular humanists.
I think I'm going to make a meme with Jack the Ripper on and Mr. FTFE standing there. No, bad boy. Why? Because Christians. And then I'm going to have a reply there of him. But I'm a secular humanist.
Would not do something that includes harm. So Andrew, whether you realize it or not, and whether your audience realizes it or not, that prescription that you have come from, your interpretation, is a straw man of secular humanism.
a prescription's a straw man?
Your prescription is, because your prescription is based on interpretation that no secular humanism would come to the conclusion of.
He's asking you, how would you use secular humanism to combat it? Yeah. Not, it is because of secular humanism, you dope. It's a prescription. So in other words, he's given a scenario and he says, how would you combat using it on your argument of belief?
Yeah.
Just like he did using Christianity. You're supposed to be using secular humanism to say how it's wrong. Not, because I believe secular humanism, it won't happen.
Secular humanism. What a title. What a title.
It is a logical impossibility that secular humanists would lock people up and do experiments on them. So to think that a humanist manifesto could include that as a prescription means that you have no clue what secular humanism is.
Okay.
And that's fine. If you
Craig,
don't know what secular
Craig,
humanism
I've just
is.
let you ramble for forever, right?
But so you said...
Craig, calm down now.
Okay, carry on with your point. Sorry, I've had the red.
Here we go.
I apologize.
Knowledge of the world is derived by observation, experimentation, rational analysis. This is a descriptive claim, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do we make prescriptive claims off of descriptive claims?
If you want.
If you want. So if I were a humanist and I read that, whose interpretation would it be up to as to how it was applied or what the prescription was? Stop. Hang on.
Oh, you asked me a question.
He's educating you, Craig.
Calm down.
You asked the question.
What I'm asking you specifically is, if it is the case that the person reading it is going to be the person who makes the prescription, okay, then if I make a prescription here and it's not debunked by any of the rest of the Humanist Manifesto and you're going to some external source, in your case, well, you see, there's a logical impossibility because secular humanists wouldn't do that. Yes. It doesn't tell us shit, Craig. I'm giving you a prescription based on your first tenet. Hang on, stop. Based on your very first tenet. I need you to use the actual manifesto itself to tell me how it conflicts with that prescription. What you're doing is you're saying, I don't like that prescription. That's great.
Yeah.
Nobody gives a shit what you like.
Yep.
Show me in the Humanist Manifesto
Right.
where it is that it actually debunks this prescription or says this prescription's wrong or says this prescription isn't humanist. What I'm claiming is that that is humanist.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That is a humanist doctrine. You need to show me within the Humanist Manifesto how it's not.
I already did that.
Well done, Andrew. Very concise, very plain and clear.
That's right. That's right.
Even someone started clapping in the audience. So.
I mean, even when there was applause, I mean, it was all for Andrew's side. Even when he's seen Craig, come on then, get applause. There was nobody doing it. It was a couple, you know. Everybody was Andrew's side.
You see what happens when he doesn't have McToon in his ear helping him.
Mm-hmm.
That by explaining that the Humanist Manifesto doesn't say harm. It is about not doing harm. And again, Andrew, you are going back to your own interpretation. Now, secular humanism doesn't have one person's interpretation to take into account. Secular humanism is based on a collective, these shared experiences. We don't take the Bible. We don't take one person.
We need you in the
That
audience.
is false. Secular humanism is based on what you perceive is morally correct, not what the person next to you care. You don't care what the person next to you believes. Because if they don't agree with your moral values, they are wrong, according to secular America. So that's totally wrong, Craig.
To remain quiet, please.
We don't take one person's interpretation and say that's what we're going to stick to. Okay, we don't go, this is the thing that we say because this person wrote this and that is what we stick to. As humanists, we have collective experiences. We will get together and say...
Do you write them in a manifesto?
Yes, because
yes, that's how we say. Ask him what is a manifesto, because I don't think he knows what a manifesto is.
He doesn't. He doesn't.
Don, they are debating whether secular humanism is best for society or Christianity. Craig is failing miserably.
Yeah.
Group of collective experience.
No kidding. You have collective experiences and you put them in a manifesto.
So what we would do you want me to answer the question, or are you going to jump in and let me?
How long are you going to take to answer the
question? Well, I let you talk
Craig.
for a while to give the question,
Craig,
so let me answer.
No, Craig, you speak much more.
Exactly.
Craig is just talking and talking and talking and talking and doesn't shut up.
Because he doesn't know what he's doing, so he just blathers and blathers and blathers. That's it.
But this is exactly what he does when he talks to someone else, debates someone else, like me or anything. He just talks, and as soon as you say something, oh, you're just talking all the time. No, Craig, you're the one talking.
He knows it as well. He knows it. If he looks back at any of his debates, he should know that. He should know that.
Mm-hmm.
You're afraid of me answering the question, Andrew.
I just want you to actually
I'm trying
use
to,
the
Andrew, if you're
manifesto.
afraid of me answering the question, just say so.
Just
let me
use
pull
the
you apart.
manifesto.
I love that. Are you afraid of me answering the question? When he's literally saying, just answer the question. It's like, just answer the question. And now he's afraid. He's saying, "Are you afraid of me answering?" When he just told you, please just answer.
For him, it's all about the appearance. So in his mind, if he talks a lot, it means, okay, he must be taking over the debate and must be winning. That's in his mind. Exactly opposite.
Yep.
Afraid of me answering the question, then that's
hold
fine.
on 1 second. Let me pull you apart just to reset here. Andrew, can you ask your question one more time?
Yeah, it's really simple, okay? Yes, I agree. You guys all have collective experiences, and you put them in a thing called the Humanist Manifesto, which you just agreed to. Using this Humanist Manifesto of your collective experiences, I gave a prescription. Can you also use that Human Manifesto to debunk that prescription? Tell me why that prescription's wrong using the manifesto itself. I think you can't. I think you can't do it, Craig, because it doesn't tell you shit. It doesn't tell you anything.
Exactly.
So to go ahead, show me in the manifesto itself where that prescription conflicts with humanism, because I'm saying it's a greater form of humanism than your humanism.
Are you done?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, now take a deep breath and let me talk, okay? Good breath. There we go. Calm. Right, once again, the Human Manifesto says no harm. It's about not doing harm. It's about human flourishing, okay? I'm not going to use the exact words because interpretations are a thing. But as secular humanists, we would get together and say, how do we deal with this thing? It's not a particular prescription of things that you have to do. It is a ethical framework.
Again, how does your manifesto debunk the prescription? Not tell us what secular humanism is and what they believe. How does it debunk the prescription? He literally gave you a debunk based on Christianity in literally straight away. No beats around the bush. He just told you straight away. You have been going on for 10 minutes not being able to answer a simple question. What does it tell you about your belief system, Craig? And I was going to say thank you guys all for coming. Please remember to hit those likes, share the show. We're almost at 100. Sure, we can get it. The votes have gone up 162 votes. FTFE way out of his league. 80% say yes. 20% say no.
Would take the framework and you would say, how do we deal with this problem? You would get together as a society and using our shared experiences, empathy towards each other, the want to do less harm. How do we deal with this issue? Secular humanists do not do harm. That is the idea of secular humanism, to not do harm, to flourish. So I'm going to use the principles. I don't have to use the specific manifesto because I could just get into the Bible and ask how stoning people on the Sabbath because it is good for society, or how not letting women speak. Andrew, your Bible says that you can beat your slave as much as you want.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. That comes from a good society. No, I can tell you why Christianity is not good for society, right? But you have not given me any reason.
I think Andrew could have been a bit more how can I put it, harsh to him on this response, because all he's like, I don't think you want to answer it. I think he should have been more on say, you don't even know what's written in the Bible.
What it said? Show me that where it says that, where you can beat your slaves. Go ahead, Craig. That's like when you got to pin that little bastard down on stuff because what he says. Yeah. Oh, look, the atmosphere is doing exactly as what is predicted by, and it's like, oh, well, can I see the mathematics behind your predictions, please? Let's see those. Let's see those predictions that you're talking about. Yeah, that's what we said it would do. That's all you're saying is, oh yeah, that's what we think it does right there. Well, let me see your predictive mathematics involving all the different gases in the atmos, and let's see that. Let's put the meat to the metal, babe.
It's crazy.
Lesbian.
What I'm not going to do is engage with your personal interpretations of secular humanism, because personal interpretations don't matter. Collective decisions as a society is what matter. So individually deciding this is the prescription of secular
because
humanism.
Collectivism is always about the going for the better good, bigger good, and so on, and do not care about the individual. No, he's wrong.
Yep.
Oh, so show me a Christian in the Old Testament. Show me just one Christian in the Old Testament.
Right?
Come on.
Society is built from the individuals. That's what it
Okay,
is.
let's just put it this way. Let's make it even easier for people like this to understand.
Mm.
What is a Christian, guys?
A follower of Christ, follower of the way. The word Christian means Christ-like, so it's to try and be Christ-like, follower of the way.
Okay, and when did Christians start being a thing?
After Jesus died.
And when did Jesus die?
When? He died in the New Testament.
Ah, so not a Christian then stoning.
No.
Not a
Not
Christian
at all.
then beating slaves.
No.
Ah,
Not at all.
and by the way, Craig, it wasn't just all the religions doing that. The pagans were too. The atheists of the day also did it, Craig. You know why? Because it was the norms of the culture. Are you looking for? I see Sov's looking for Craig's brain.
It was prohibited. Here you go.
I see Sov's looking for Craig's brain.
It
Did
was.
you find
I
it?
couldn't
Sov?
find it. Could not find it.
The sexton.
Compass.
Oh, come to
you
Christ.
looking
I
for-
couldn't see it properly.
Are you looking for
I
the
sent
intelligence
PJ a
in the
link.
compass?
I sent PJ a link to this compass,
Oh.
and now ever since I did, I'm like getting ads to buy them all these compasses and shit.
Wow.
That's a good one, man.
Let's
It's
have
a
a
nice
look.
compass.
Is not how secular humanism works.
Perfect.
And what you've done is said, we have got a set of rules by God that we can set out by. We've got a normative authority to go to. But that normative authority also drowned the entirety of humanity because he didn't like what they were doing. To use a normative authority that is a psychopathic deity is a very silly thing to do. We don't need a normative authority. We need collective experiences and how.
Notice he still hasn't even answered.
No, he hasn't. He's gone on the rant about something else. Obfuscation. Not sticking to the topic. But I think he's a favourite of James, isn't he? So James doesn't call it out much. So there you go.
Yeah, I think there's some hanky panky going on. It does. I mean, these guys are just constantly this platform is just constantly sucking up to Tune and this clown.
Mhm.
Constantly. I mean, they might as well just call it the Tune and Craig show.
Aye.
You know?
Aye. I mean, they're on there debating all sorts, and they don't even know much about the topics they're debating. You know, I mean, look at this, completely ill prepared.
Just basically they get on camera and be a creep.
Yeah. Aye.
Thank you, LJ, for your $2. He says, if FTFE gets pulled over, he'll talk himself into jail.
Oh, you know. Yes, he will. Yes, he will.
Thank you for the super chat, man. You rock.
Yeah.
Yeah, but imagine he has to like go to court or something, and they just want him to give a statement on what he saw, and he gives a whole life story of someone else. They're like, no, we're just asking you what you saw. And then he starts talking about, but I believe this person went and
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And you know, the more you try and explain, even though you're trying to make it sound true, you think the more you explain, the truer it sounds. It doesn't. It doesn't. The more you explain when you're lying, the worse it is. The worse it is. You know.
yay! Flats for movie night. When to watch Chappie?
But the thing is, movie night, it's night, Flats' night off. That's the only time you could really do it, to be honest.
And I sleep when my night's off, I sleep.
Yeah,
to be honest.
Flats has got, and because like when I do movie nights, I'm there like 6-8 hours sometimes, and so I think Flats needs to get up for work and stuff, and kids and wife and that, you know.
Yeah.
How that will affect humans in the future.
Got it. So I just want to make sure. I'll steal man.
Wait for the applause. Come on.
Wow, shame.
Thank you.
Let's hear some real applause.
I love it. I love it. But you know what's even funnier? Wait now when TFT wants him to applause again. Wait. Now listen to that great applause. Now wait. Now look.
It works.
All right, guys, come on.
All right.
My
we'll-
turn.
we'll
Come on,
return
louder.
to- All right. We'll return
Come on.
to the debate.
Hey.
We'll return to the debate.
He got 2 woos and 3 claps. Woo!
I think the people that were clapping for him and winning, they were looking around, people saying, what? So like, oh man.
Go ahead, Andrew.
Never know.
I just wanted
What he just
I
did
just wanted to move back
with
to
this applause
very quick.
because he was feeling that he's not like a first person speaking, like he's on podium. So he feels the competition. So that's why he asked for applause for him, because it's ego.
Yeah, you could see in his whole body language, and he was awesome. He was like, why are they giving him such a great applause?
Yeah. He's thinking it's about him. That was actually for him. He was wanting that boost, and he actually got somebody kicked the ladder out from under him. Oh, come on, let's hear it for me. And then like 5 people go, yeah, cool.
Yeah, I think James at the end of the day said, I think once they voted with their hands up, that was also funny. At the end, they vote. Who choose Craig? It's like 3 hands go up. Who votes with Andrew? Everybody's hands up. I think they counted like 95% for Andrew.
That was embarrassing. It was a front end, wasn't it? Proper front end.
Wow.
I want to do something for Craig. I'll give him short applause.
Quickly, I just want to make sure that I steel man your position in the best faith I possibly can.
You've failed so far.
Okay, that's why I'm trying again. So let's say
You're very trying, yes.
when you say it's the collective experience of us that matters.
Yes.
And the interpretation of this framework.
It's the collective experiences
Yeah.
and how that relates to the framework.
Okay. In the collective experience of these people utilizing this framework, they would be able to utilize this framework to debunk that prescription, correct?
I just did.
You utilize collective experience to debunk my prescription.
Yeah, collective experience of people being locked up and kidnapped and experimented on being a shit thing to do. The collective experiences would say that humanity wouldn't do that because the collective experience.
That's false because last time I heard people do that. I think there's quite a few stories out there literally where they have cases where people are kidnapped and people do things to them, Craig, forcefully. Where have you been? So he's just denying it. That's it. So in other words, he's saying the manifesto just says, well, just deny it because we don't believe that exists. Yeah. Craig.
Mm-hmm.
Closing your eyes doesn't help.
Yeah, I mean, that when people were kids and you covered your eyes, you used to think like if you couldn't see them, they can't see you. That's what he's doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, my niece used to do it. She used to go under the kitchen table, when she was playing hide and seek and see people come in, and she'd cover her eyes. She thought if she covered her eyes, you couldn't see her. It's funny.
He knows that that is a bad thing to do that causes harm and doesn't help people. There is no way that secular humanism would lock people up and experiment on them because that causes harm.
He's not saying secularism will do that. He's saying how would you combat that using secular humanism?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's not hard to understand, Craig. Because that does happen. It literally happens. There's many cases out there where that happens. The fact is, Christianity condones it because of morality is based on what God says.
Yeah.
What you say is, I don't believe it happens because we believe all good. Well, what is good to you? You don't have a moral ground on what is good. You don't have a moral ground to say that is wrong. That's the whole point, Craig. Your manifesto doesn't say bullshit about doing anything about it or saying anything about it. It's just you going, oh, I don't see it. I don't believe it.
To something that includes purposely causing people harm. So you are coming up with this prescription because you do not understand what secular humanism is.
I do understand.
You seem to think that secular humanism is anything.
When I
that
ask a
isn't
question, please don't take 2 minutes, right? Just give a quick answer.
If you watch a lot of shorts, should I play like a video of like Subway Surfers as I talk at the same time?
Oh, you idiot.
Is that going to help?
So anyway, back to this.
No, it's because you're in a debate and you only got 15-minute cap of debate. So he's asking you, please just answer so we can get on with it.
Be concise. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not hard.
I'm sorry, but anybody that says Craig did a good job, you should get your head checked.
I really don't understand them saying
It's
that.
the worst.
Just them being biased. That's all.
Yeah, it's the worst debate I've seen, especially a live debate, by the way.
Yeah.
First or not.
Yeah.
You should be embarrassed with this.
Absolutely.
The reason is because we can't get anywhere. If you filibuster on a single answer forever and ever and ever,
again, if you've got a short attention span, Andrew, that's not my problem.
So the point is that if it is the case that it's just due to collective experience, using this as just a framework, what's to stop the collective experience from making prescriptions just like mine, based on whatever their collective experiences are?
It's a logical impossibility.
Stop.
You asked me the question.
Can I finish asking it?
Okay.
Okay. So anyway, what's to actually to stop the collective from coming up with, well, for one thing, they can change the manifesto itself, right? It's already been changed multiple times.
So is the Bible multiple times.
Nobody's disputing that.
Oh, my word.
My
This
goodness.
That's the definition of strong argument.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is that inside of this, if you have a collection of people who say, for instance, to, I don't know, lock up all children, right? Prescriptively, that's what humanists decide is going to help the most when it comes to knowledge of the world being derived by observation, experimentation, and rational analysis. They're using rational analysis to determine children need to be locked up until they get to a certain age.
And I got to put this out. This is exactly real time because they decided children need to learn the globe is true.
Yeah.
See.
Yeah.
They are also trying to teach now. Children shouldn't learn about God.
Wow.
They're doing exactly what Craig says secular humanists won't do.
Mm-hmm.
It's called indoctrination, Craig.
What inside of the Humanist Manifesto itself is demonstrating that should not happen? What is it? Can you point to anything in it?
The reduction of harm. Andrew, you keep
where?
Where is
it?
Yeah.
Right, again,
Where is it?
I'm not going to use the exact words that are in it because
they're not in it.
Because
they're not in it.
Right? I'm not going to use the exact words. We're going to use what it represents, and what it represents is to not do harm. You keep coming up with things that are harmful, right? Let me get this through to you. Secular humanism will not do something that purposely causes harm. You keep saying...
Who determines what harm is?
Can you let me talk?
Who determines what harm is, Craig?
Collective experiences and empathy.
So if collective experience says this isn't harmful...
Collective experiences say that it is harmful, though. That is what collective experience
But what if it didn't, Craig?
But
what if the collective experience of these people says that's not harmful?
But they do, Andrew.
But if they didn't, though?
Right, well, in the same way, what if God said that you could do whatever
What if he
wants?
did? Answer my question.
Well, but collective experiences don't. It's a logical impossibility. Under the framework...
The unanswer of the first question loses, Craig. Answer my question.
Under the framework of secular humanism, that is a logical impossibility to do.
Collective did say that people with Down syndrome and people who were not very intelligent supposed to be removed from society. It was collective. It was agreed upon. So it was a good thing? No, it wasn't. So his argument is BS again.
It is. I just want to say, guys, hit the likes, share the show. But it's totally wrong, Craig. And I can see Andrew's getting very frustrated with this because it's literally like he's talking to a monkey.
Maybe we should just start counting when he is right, because we all them saying he's wrong. So it's something interesting to find something on which he's on point. I don't think so. I've seen any.
Yeah. Flooded NZ says no guard teaching here in New Zealand schools, just monkey business. We homeschool. Yep. And more people every day are going to homeschooling because the things that are coming out now with schools is sickening. So yeah, more and more people are moving to homeschooling, that the government even wants to start outlawing homeschooling.
Yeah.
That's how bad they want to indoctrinate children with their bullshit. They want to actually stop people from homeschooling children.
Yeah, but to be honest, government has a right to do it, because you see that rights to your children to government by the birth certificate. So you're only the parent. You're not the owner of child. In Christianity, if you don't have birth certificate, you own your own child. But with the birth certificate, you don't, because you ceded those rights to the government.
You get locked up if you don't have it.
Yeah. No.
And the children can't do anything. They can't get a life if they don't have it.
Yes, it's a balance. You have.
So they kind of how can I put it? Blackmailing you to do it.
Yes, it's a kind of tacit agreement as well.
Yeah.
Right?
What is
I do not have to answer things that will never happen.
Let's start with what does logical impossibility mean?
It means that it's something that is logically impossible as a conclusion.
You can't use the words to describe the words, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you can.
What does logical impossibility mean?
It means that it is something that would not come as a result of conclusions of what's happening. If you look at the overall, conclusions of what secular humanism gives.
Come on. Really?
Oh man, it's so crazy.
Andrew is dumbfounded, all the time. Just like, what? It's really funny to watch.
And look at that. The outcome would be
My
a logical
question is, what does logical impossibility mean?
I'm trying.
Andrew, you feel exactly the same way I do when I debate these morons. I'm so glad you realize this. It's good. It's so good to see someone actually see the issues, the frustration that we have to go through with these morons.
It means that it is something that if you look at conclusions of something and look at it logically, the outcome is an impossibility. If you look at all the conclusions of secular humanism, what it tries to promote, the logical impossibility of locking people up and causing harm comes from looking at those the entirety of secular humanism. You keep coming up with questions of what if they locked people up?
Yeah,
what if they did that?
Want to make sure
it's not something that would happen in secular humanism.
Is Wolverine from the X-Men logically impossible?
Wolverine is from the X-Men, specifically the first.
No, is he logically impossible?
Oh man, don't bring up comic book shit with that lunatic. Now you're gonna have to hear the history of the X-Men and shit. Jesus.
All right.
Oh man.
Oh wow.
From the X-Men, the adamantium claws, the healing powers, is that logically impossible?
No.
It was in Copenhagen's interpretation of quantum mechanics.
Just say no, Craig. It's not logically possible. It's no, Craig.
He doesn't want to believe that though, because he really likes that show. Captain Planet is too real.
What X-Men means? X-Men. They were men. They're not men any longer. It's in your face.
Yes, I just want to say, Valentine, the reason Andrew acts in frustration is because it feels like he's talking to a dumb wall that can't just answer a damn question or understand any argument presented. That's why. Andrew's probably feeling right now, I'm wasting my time here. It's a joke that you actually put me up with such a delinquent.
Yep. Why do you think he didn't take his cap off?
Because if I was Andrew, I would see this as an insult.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
because Andrew has high caliber and you're putting him up with the FTFE that doesn't even know what a straw man is.
When we were watching it, man, I remember him saying something about a sky god daddy or something like that, a sky daddy. Like, what? That's so offensive. Why can't you just say what we believe rather than calling God a sky daddy? or whatever you call it.
If I would be Andrew at this moment, I would take out my hat and would say hats off to me, because I'm able to sit here and listen to this gibberish.
It's not logically so. Wolverine is not logically impossible, right?
It could exist in a number of universes
Got
as far
it.
as we know.
But what is logically impossible is that a bunch of people can't get together and change what the meaning of harm is.
Well, again. But Andrew, you are missing the point of what collective experiences show us. We look at collective experiences throughout the world and we can see what harm is. You are just saying, well, what if they changed what harm is? But as humans, we know
Yeah,
what
Craig,
harm
what if they change what the meaning of harm is, Craig?
You got 3 words out there, Andrew.
Yeah. So guess what? What does harm mean then to secular humanists, Craig?
Orbital, are you for real? Crucible has yet to explain how Christianity is better for the entire debate. Are you for real, dude?
He literally did it like in his own.
But they did change the meaning of the word harm, because now words can be harmful and people go to jail for it. So they did change it.
Can you answer the damn question, Craig?
I'm trying to, Andrew, and if you let me, that would be wonderful.
Oh, well, you see, the thing is that without answering the question never gets answered,
am
and so we're never going to actually answer the question, because answering the question is an unanswered question.
Yeah.
And what do they change the definition of harm, Craig?
Yeah, Andrew, I'm trying to let me answer the question. They won't change the definition.
Oh, they won't.
I feel your frustration, Andrew. I feel your frustration. It's a simple yes or no question. It's not hard.
No.
But Wolverine's logically possible.
Okay, so secular humanism.
Yeah, Wolverine is logically possible, but changing the word harm is not. Okay.
You know.
So what happens as experiences, and humanity, we can know that locking people up and doing harm is a bad thing because it makes bad things happen. It makes people unhappy. It causes harm. It makes society a worse
What
place.
about when it doesn't cause harm, like when we lock criminals up?
So the idea of locking criminals up, at least in the decent countries,
does it reduce harm, Craig?
Yes. When you
yes. Wait, so you just saying?
You see, this is where logic comes into play. Craig doesn't have the logic. Yeah. So in other words, it just reduced harm by locking people up. After you said locking people up doesn't. Wow.
Wait, no, I'm trying to, Andrew.
Lock people up is going to reduce harm. Well,
Andrew, am I allowed to talk?
Craig?
Am I allowed to talk?
Well, Craig, you've
Andrew,
been doing
am I allowed
nothing
to talk?
but
Andrew, am I
talking.
allowed to talk?
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
He's the only one but talking.
Wow.
Oh man.
Craig, you're allowed
Andrew,
to
am I allowed
talk.
to talk?
Yes.
Andrew,
but how long are you going to talk?
Andrew, am I allowed to talk?
For how long at once, though?
Okay, so you are being a flat earther here.
You're being an ethical flat earther.
What you're doing is you're not allowing the other person to talk and just laughing.
Do you want to answer any questions?
I'm trying to answer the question.
You see, Andrew's understanding what's going on here. It's exactly.
Did not talk about
literally did, Orbital. He literally did.
Oh.
We even showed earlier where he literally gave what Christianity says about morality based on the prescription given. He literally said in like 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Craig has been fighting this same prescription without giving an answer for the last half an hour.
Yeah, man. He's just been sitting there. Well, what? It depends on what is the definition of is.
But X-Men can exist. Wolverine can exist.
Sure.
Phantom claws, but the word harm can't be changed. Yeah.
He's even said he could exist in another universe, like a part of the multiverse. I mean, come on, dude. Come on.
Everyone who got DVD is now X-Men, to be honest, because they are no longer men. They are transhuman now. Of course, I'm talking about the real one, not the placebo, not the saline.
Yeah, and then forever curveball. He does it loads.
It's got to put it back up here because somehow it went into a new page. Okay, let's get this back up. Okay.
Andrew,
doing
am I
nothing
allowed to
but
talk?
talking.
Andrew, am I allowed to talk?
Yes, Craig,
Yes,
you're allowed
Andrew,
to
am I allowed
talk.
to talk?
Yes, Craig.
Right, Andrew, what
But
do we
how
need you
long
to
are
do?
you going to talk?
Andrew, am I allowed to talk?
For how long at once?
Wow.
Okay, so you are being a flat earther here.
Oh, you're
yes.
being an
Yes.
ethical.
And
No,
again-
what you're doing is you're not allowing the other person to talk and just laughing.
That's
and
because
thinking
you want to answer any
But
questions.
you do.
I'm trying to answer the question,
No,
but every
Craig,
time I do,
that's not answers filibuster.
no, you don't understand its answers, Andrew. Maybe because you're not a very intelligent person, but I'm not
One
sure.
day, Craig, I'll get to your level.
Oh. So, would you like me to answer any
get to your
questions for
level.
you?
I love that. Wow, this is bad.
Let me
I would
get
actually
three
like
words
the
in.
answers. And
What?
here's the thing. I'll make a deal with you. If you treat this in good faith and you actually answer my questions, I'll actually answer yours. But don't filibuster.
trying to.
Hang on. Don't filibuster and don't lie. Simple. Is it not the case that people change what the definition of harm is all the time? And by necessity, they have to do that, Craig, right? You have to change what the definition of harm is. So when you say, Andrew, it's logically impossible that people would change the definition of harm so that you could lock women up to do X, Y, Z to them, that's not actually logically impossible, is it?
No.
Under the tenets of secular humanism, yes, it is.
Then show me where.
Secular humanism is about not doing harm and making
Show where in the manifesto, you dope. Show where it says that. Otherwise, you're making shit up.
What's
Show me
new?
where. Show me where.
Again,
I mean, that's exactly what it is. Because he's saying that's what it says, but he says, where is it? Show me.
Yeah.
He can't show him, so he's making it up.
Does. Yeah.
Now, when Andrew gave his argument for Christianity, he can bring it up in the Bible, Orbital, which he did.
In the humanist document, it conflicts with this since it says we can change our definition of what harm is anytime we want to.
but the definition of harm is what it is. We know what harm is.
No, we don't know what harm is.
Yes, we do.
What's
Our
harm?
collective experiences show us harm. If we make people unhappy, if we make people hurt, we make them die, we make them injured, that is harm. And as society, we can get together and say, well, we don't want those bad things to happen. What makes people depressed?
Yeah, but
what makes people... Andrew,
You
I
can
am in
do
the middle
all
of
those
answering your
things,
question.
and it can reduce harm too.
Right. Andrew, I will answer your question, but you might need to let me get there.
Go ahead,
to
Craig,
set
go
my
ahead, go-
set
yeah,
my
go
stage.
ahead,
right?
Craig, calm down.
The problem is that you do not want to hear the answers. You just want your
Just shut up and say what you want to say instead of rambling on about anything. This guy's all he does is just talk about actually got nothing to do with what he's supposed to answer. It's getting insufferable.
I'm not going to
Just
stick
get
to
the
your
answer.
script.
Get to the answer. Go.
Right. Do not talk. Let me answer. Because I've let you yap for ages. Good boy.
Wow.
Right. So, doing harm is... Everyone knows what
Oh, we
harm is.
punched him.
Everyone knows
Sorry.
that harm
No,
makes...
that's what's in question.
See, here we go. I let...
That's
Yes, it's a debate. He's questioning what you just said. You said everyone knows what harm is. His argument is, what is harm? Harm could be different to someone else. To Jack next to you, harm could be a different type of harm to what Sally next to you sits there. You all three could have a different definition of what harm means. That's his point. Sometimes you just feel like you just want to take the gun. Wake up.
You gotta wonder how his mind even works, man. It's like he's like talking to a meth head. You know, like I don't know. It's like he
It's
takes
literally
some
what's in question
part
is
of
whether or
what
not
you're
everyone
talking about. He takes one little part that it's not the meat of what you're talking about, and then wants to go on that little minutia. He does that with flat Earth too. That's why you got to just keep him shut the fuck up till you make your point, you know, and keep him stuck to the point. But he can't stick to it.
Yep. But I have to say, this is what should have happened with James. James should have stopped this and said, Craig, get back on track. That's it. Stop over talking. Stop obfuscating. Just answer the question. It's all Craig. That's all James had to do. Instead, now they've wasted the whole debate trying to get Craig just to answer a question which he's vehemently trying not to answer.
what harm is.
I'm trying to lay the foundation for my answer. If you let me get more than 3 or 4 words out, a few sentences at a time, Andrew, then this debate can happen.
I just counted 12 words. You said nothing.
He spends a lot of his time talking. A lot of the time he's talking, he's sitting there going, if you would let me talk, and you don't let me talk, and and you're acting like a flat earther, blah, blah, blah. Motherfucker, shut up and just get to the point. There is no reason for any of that crap. Just talk. Just answer the freaking question.
Your chance, Craig. Go ahead, 30 seconds.
Thank you. Right. So, as a collective, we can get together and say, what makes you unhappy? What makes you hurt? What stops you from advancing as a human? And that is harm. We can get a bunch of injured people together and say, how did that happen? This is harm. How do we stop these things? This is harm. What makes you unhappy? This is harm. And we can look at what makes that happen. You are trying to come up with a situation where harm can just be changed, and we can make harm not mean having harm. But that's not what secular humanism does, because as a society, as a collective as individuals, we would come up with to not do that, to make everyone happy. People aren't going to be happy if we do that. Secular humanism wants people being happy.
Okay, then Craig, I just have a simple question for you. When it comes to child transition surgery, right? We have a split on whether or not that's harmful. Who should I side with?
I agree. Who should we side with, guys?
Exactly.
Because I have a split. Half says it's harmful, half says it's not harmful.
No wonder.
Ouch.
Well, how's he going to answer this?
This should be good.
Who should I side with?
The position of that is something that I wouldn't want to get into, because
He just lost. Well done again. Well done, Andrew.
Am I allowed to get my thoughts out?
What about harm?
People's opinion.
My harm!
He doesn't have a strong backbone because he's afraid. He's weakling. He's pussy.
You see, he's scared to lose subscribers if he says the wrong thing.
Well, I had to tell you something about his subscriber base.
I didn't say I wasn't going to. I would say it's something I wouldn't want to. But again, I'm not allowed to get my words out here. Right. So as a collective society, we would get together and see what happened. And that is going through changes at the moment.
Let's say good.
Personally, I don't agree with that, right? And the current position within secular humanists seems to be that allowing children to transition is something that causes harm, right? That is the position that I personally hold when I look at the evidence and what other secular humanists are saying, is that allowing children to
secular humanism has no say then, because now you are overriding based on your own opinion. So what does it help to have a collective if you anyway have your own opinion about it, Craig? The whole point of the debate, Craig. With Christianity, God set the morality. It's wrong. Full stop. I don't give a damn what you think. I don't give a damn what you think. God said it's wrong, therefore it's wrong. Good luck. There we go. Christianity won again.
Simple.
Causes harm because children are not at a place where they are able to make that decision. Their brain is not fully developed, and especially people with, we look at neurodivergence, who neurodivergents actually have a much higher percentage of wanting to transition and things like that, and that could be an effect of them being neurodivergent. So we have to look at individual cases, but personally, children in transition, because they are not ready to make that decision, their brains aren't fully developed until they're like the age of 25. So letting children do that before they have the ability to is in itself causing harm.
So then what's going on here, just so you understand, I just
And the funny thing is, I agree with Craig there.
Yeah.
It does cause them harm. Well done, Craig. But again, the underlining argument is secular humanism. Remember, you said collection of people coming together. You just gave your own opinion. In other words, you just said you don't care what the other half says that says it doesn't do harm. In other words, your secular humanism cohesion is not there.
But I can tell you that now Andrew is preparing the battle and he makes Craig squeak I assume he just put something awesome. Let's hear it. I hope he will not disappoint me.
Flatzoid had stepped away from the computer for a moment. He'll be back momentarily. Meanwhile, but yeah, this guy, I mean, you take a look at, somebody in here just said that he's a subscriber and a member of Craig's. Who was that? Who did I just see that? Valentine Damyanov.
Oh, for goodness sake, no way. Yeah, Sandro.
Yeah.
Sandro, yeah. The Crucible is the name of Andrew Noble's channel. That's the name of his channel. Just let you know, because you were saying nobody cares about the Crucible. Well, Crucible is Andrew. That's all. Chop your tadger off for climate change. You are foolish.
For climate change. Cut my ween off for climate.
Climate change was changed from global warming because there was no global warming, so they had to change names so it will match. And now we are causing climate change. Yeah, no, we don't.
Yeah. Well, I'm chopping off my ween for climate change, anyways. I don't want that little Swedish girl yelling at me no more. You know, the little doom goblin. She's rough.
The thing is, they know. Oh, well. They know they're going about the water rising because the ice cap's melting. Why would the water rise because of the melting?
No.
It's the same. They're already in the water. They're already displacing the water. So if they melt, it's just going to be the same.
No, wait.
Isn't it?
No, PG, I got one word. I got
I
got a few words for you. How dare you?
Guys,
The doom goblin will come for you.
Some of you will be definitely offended. I can just provide you for you simple truth. Earth is not a globe. Theory of evolution is BS.
What?
Global warming, climate change is a scam.
Blasphemer.
Yeah.
And
People don't
God
like to hear the truth.
God does exist.
Mm-hmm.
Demonstrated something very important to you. You said we know what harm is.
Yes.
Our collective experience demonstrates what harm is. Then I ask you a simple question. There's two different collections of people right now. One who believes that this is very harmful, and one, like you, who believes it's not very harmful.
And which one of those are secular
Which
humanists?
one of those? Well, humanists themselves disagree.
Mm-hmm.
Matt Dillahunty, who is a humanist, for instance, is right as we speak, probably
He's for it.
sucking lady balls, right? Like that's actually true. So
Matt
hang on.
There we go. He said it. And Matt Dillahunty will probably be for the transition, by the way. So now he's not a secular humanist because he disagrees with you.
Stop.
Matt
Hey,
Dillahunty isn't here, though.
stop, bro. It's my
Matt-
turn. My turn,
yeah.
bro. My turn. Calm down.
I'm
Calm
not
down,
Matt
bro.
Dillahunty.
Calm down. It's my
I'm
turn.
not Matt Dillahunty.
Calm down.
Right?
I didn't say you were.
All right, I'm not going to run away from a debate.
I didn't
because
say you
make some
were. I didn't
insulting
tell you to
things,
run.
okay?
I didn't tell you anything. Calm down.
Right.
So anyway, back to where we were. What I'm saying is, he's a humanist. You're a humanist. Clearly, you fucking disagree about this.
Does Matt?
Stop,
Matt
bro.
Does he say specifically that he thinks children should transition?
I told you
Just
to
ask me
make
the
things
question.
quick.
Is that what he says?
Yes.
Can't help yourself.
So when Craig talks all the time, Andrew's not allowed to talk. When Andrew talks, he's not allowed to talk.
That's right. But yet he's the one that can't get a word in. You know, crazy.
But Andrew had enough,
He's
and he's pushing me now hard.
But anyway, calm down.
I don't think that's what Matt says.
Humanists themselves, okay? Humanists themselves disagree.
Which
They
ones?
disagree. Stop, bro. Would you chill out for 2 seconds? They
See?
themselves disagree on even what a man is.
Mm-hmm.
They disagree on the prescriptions for children.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
And they disagree about all of these things within the very same framework you're talking about. The thing is like, that's fine. You can grant that humanists can disagree, as the peanut gallery was telling you, you can make the same criticism about the Bible. Theologically, people disagree all the time. Totally fair argument. What's not a fair argument is for you to say that it's logically impossible for us to redetermine what harm is under humanism. Of course we can redetermine what harm is under humanism. Why couldn't we? Why?
Because their collective experiences as humanity show us what harm is. And if we look at what has happened in the past with humanity,
Just
and
gave him
try
example.
to change it to go back to
stupid.
where
He literally didn't understand what he just told him and how he explained it to him.
But how you can dumb it down more? I don't think so.
You
we can.
can't.
I don't know if it's possible.
It's crazy.
that would go against what secular humanism is. But to be clear, all secular, you are just lumping all kind of LGBTQ stuff as secular humanists. That's not just secular humanists that hold those positions. So you can be someone that is LGBTQ and not be a secular humanist. So let's not mix those two up.
Not making it about LGBTQ. I'm demonstrating that within this worldview, there's disagreement within it. That's fine, right? I'm not making that as a criticism.
But just to be clear, that's not a secular humanist view, though. That's just a human view.
Craig, I'm not making that the critique.
But you just did, though, Andrew.
No,
you made that.
Use it as an example. Oh my word.
All these people. Why are you lying? You made that critique
that I made was about harm, the principle of harm. I'm giving you an analogy to the principle of harm and saying, even if you say it's logically impossible for us to change what harm is based on collective human experience, that can't be true because even we all right now share experiences and disagree about what is harmful based on those experiences. When you say that that's logically impossible, I need that actually demonstrated, Craig. That's what I'm saying to you.
Humanity demonstrates that, Andrew.
How?
Because of what has happened to humanity throughout history, right? That is what lets us decide what is harm. Let's look at the last 200 years and the amount of harm that has happened, the amount of wars that have happened, the amount of bad things that have happened. We can look back at the past 200 years and go, well, what about that has caused harm? And then we can look to the future to say, well, how can we stop that happening? And if we look at the suffering and the unhappiness and the death and destruction that has come from all the bad things, that a lot of it is because of holy wars and fighting over whatever my particular God says, and we can say, well, how can we make the harm from that not happen? And all we have to do is look.
First of all, the ones that are fighting whatever the God says is Islam, not Christianity. Christianity doesn't go to subjugate and kill people for God.
Look at what has happened throughout history and how that affects.
By the way, the only reason you live in a free country today, Craig, is because of Christianity. The reason you have free speech is because of Christianity. The reason you have a job right now without being under communism is because of Christianity. The actual reason you have rights right now to even go to that debate and get paid for it is because of Christianity. I don't think the people understand that they're literally trying to bite the hand that feeds them.
Yeah.
Humanity.
Yeah, this is a great example,
get to the
Craig.
decision.
So let's take a look here. When you say war is very harmful, right? At the same time, you also say population reduction is actually probably pretty good.
I didn't say population reduction. Let's
Well,
be
okay.
clear. I said
Low
a lower
population.
birth. I said a slightly lower birth rate is not a bad thing.
Slightly
A
lower
slightly lower
birth
birth rate still increases
The
population.
birth rate is going to go down if more men are dead, right, Craig?
Yeah, because war's
Okay,
bad.
great. So since we've established that, if I say I think that actually these wars cause less harm to society because, well, it got the population down, and that actually is good for us long term. I have now made an argument for how I reduce harm. Craig, if you disagree with that harm principle, right? We both disagree
That's
with
not
it.
what I
Would
said,
you chill
though.
out for a second? If
You disagree with that, means you're going against secular humanism, Craig.
That's right.
disagree with that harm principle, right? Our collective experiences can come to wildly different conclusions. If that's the case, I need you to have something I can default to look at, which would descriptively tell me why it is my harm principle or what I consider harm to be is wrong.
But
I have this thing called the Bible and church authority. You have a humanist manifesto to answer those kinds of questions. Where in the humanist manifesto can I find out that if I want to, I don't know, lock all the women up and breed them, that's actually morally wrong?
Okay,
Craig, where?
So, you are misunderstanding what the manifesto is for. The manifesto is a guideline. And then based on that guideline, people will get together and make decisions. Nobody is going to make a single decision that everybody then follows, like in your screwed up version of the world, where you can refer to a magic sky daddy as the absolute normative authority. It's ridiculous.
Instead of our Earth Daddy?
Right,
Instead of your Earth Daddy?
Notice how I let you talk.
Oh, I can't believe.
That's all I'm going to say. No comment. Because you know what I'm going to say. How many times do we have to repeat ourselves?
God did
Yeah,
that.
you
I
know-
can't
you
believe
notice how I
did
let you
that.
talk,
It's the
Andrew.
same- it's
You
the
notice
same
how I let
thing.
you talk.
Go ahead.
Right.
Go ahead.
So once again, we don't need a normative authority. We don't need a one set of particular rules. What we need is a framework that we can get together and discuss to assess what is going to happen. We don't need a one particular person or one person's interpretation or one divine commandment to follow. We
don't need a normative authority?
No, we don't. Why would we?
Well, I don't understand. When you have
Okay, so let's put it this way. You go to, I mean, you've guys seen how jury duty works. Where they eventually they will sit there until they finally get an outcome of voting to get the outcome. If they don't get the outcome, then they have to stay there until they finally get the outcome, correct?
They have to all agree.
No,
that-
he's
They have to all
yeah,
agree.
everybody has to agree. Now, is that what he's calling with secular humanism? People get together and have meetings so they can agree on something. What happens if they never agree on something? Does it just stay that way? Well, we don't agree with that, so let's move on to something else. Because I've also haven't seen anybody have these council meetings for secular humanists. Have you guys? Where have you seen anybody inviting secular humanists? Guys, we got to counsel together to figure out if this is harmful. No, you don't. You don't have these kind of councils. You sit there in your armchair saying, I believe it's harmful, and the other guy says, I don't believe it's harmful. And then you leave it at that, because at the end of the day, it's your opinion.
Yeah.
So he's talking total bullshit, actually.
Hold on. The Bible says laws are made by man. That means moral standards can be whatever it is based on the population.
It
Hold
doesn't
on.
say that.
Laws and morals are different things. Yes, laws can be based on two different things at the same time.
Man
That's
cannot create law.
wrong.
Man cannot create law.
No.
Only
Law
for
is already established. Law is already established. Okay, through God.
Yeah.
Man can only make dictates, legislation,
Yes.
and mandates. That's all.
Yes.
Okay.
Those words have
And
meaning. I
what
say it
is
again.
legal is not necessarily lawful.
Yes.
Right.
Okay. There was a time in my country that it was perfectly legal for me to own another human being and subjugate them to labor. However, it was not lawful.
Lawful. Mm-hmm.
Remember
You
what
understand?
prohibition? It was illegal to drink.
Yeah.
Here you go.
Right.
So, as I said before, many times, I say many more times more. Law stands for land, air, water. You have received dominion over land, air, and water. Governments, like you said, they can't create laws because they can't create land, air, or water. By definition, they can't create laws. But people are so dumbed down, they don't even understand the meaning of the words. And they're using those words to justify their stupid freaking BS indoctrination. No, words have meaning. Freaking learn the words. Go to the Black's Law Dictionary, go to the Ballantyne's Dictionary. You understand legality language. That's it.
Oh, that's what I want.
He didn't cancel out the Old Testament.
Decide based on your manifesto, and they're interpreting it to give you prescriptions. What do you call that?
Not normative authority, because
What is it?
It's not.
What is it?
It is a framework that you would get together and discuss.
No, not the framework. I'm not saying that the framework is your normative authority. Like you said, that's a framework.
Yeah.
All
And
the
that's what
people,
gives us
all
the
the
guidelines
people
for the
who
framework.
get together to decide the prescriptions based on the framework would be referred to as a normative.
No, that normative authority is a single thing, right? Not a collection of people.
Do you
getting
know what a
together and making
normative
decisions.
authority even is, Craig?
Give me your definition of it. Then.
No, Craig. I'm not going to give you your definition for normative authority. What is it?
It's a single prescription for something coming from a particular set of rules.
Look it up real quick, Craig.
Oh, tell me if I'm
I'm going
wrong.
to stop. I'm going to.
It's just that's good way. Look it up and correct yourself because it's saying BS.
All Craig has to do is just say, I don't know. That's it.
But he can't do that. He looks bad.
Mm-hmm.
I'll stop.
Right, tell me if I'm wrong.
Pull up normative authority.
Right.
Yeah.
Tell me if I'm wrong.
So normative, philosophically, right? It's like an ought claim, right? What we ought to do.
Yeah.
If you have a normative authority, what is that doing? It's an authority expressing what you should be doing. So in the church, right, we would be referring to our ecclesiastical authority as our normative authority, meaning here's our framework, here's our church framework. This is our normative authority telling us what we ought to do. Same thing with the Bible, a normative authority telling us what we ought to do. If you have a bunch of people who get together and they make prescriptions based off of this manifesto that you're supposed to follow, those would be called what?
Okay. Right.
What would they be called, Craig?
I can see I'm wrong.
What would
Okay.
got
Right.
it.
Okay.
So hang on.
Right,
And by the way,
just
that's the first time.
I
ever-
give it up to you. Craig,
Congratulations.
well done. He actually conceded he was wrong. Well done, Craig. Big up.
Craig.
I want to be clear.
Congratulations, Craig.
Right? Woo. I want to be clear. Right? This is only my second debate within this field, and I might not be completely up to date on all the vernacular and
Excuses.
everything. So if I get certain words wrong,
Yeah.
stuff, hey, I'm going to hold my hand up because
And I'm
I
not
want to
going to
learn
hold
and
it.
go
I'm not going to
forward,
hold
right?
that against you, dude.
Right?
I'm not going to hold it against you. Go ahead.
The point I'm trying to make is instead of going to like a single position like the God says, right? Instead, what we do is we get together and we decide collectively based on what we feel is better to stop the harm. Okay? And
That's a normative authority.
okay, right. I can see that I was wrong on that point. Absolutely.
Yeah.
That is a normative
So my
authority,
whole point
right?
here isn't to beat you up about being
Yeah.
wrong in a debate. I'm wrong
No.
in debates all the time,
Yeah.
just not in this one.
That's how we learn, right?
What I'm saying to you here, Craig, is just this. If you have to have a normative authority, people who get together who make prescriptions, right? What they're doing is they're using your framework. So in Christianity, we would do the same thing. We're going to use the framework of the Bible, the teachings of Jesus Christ, and then we're going to have a normative authority, an ecclesiastical structure, which helps interpret that framework so that we know what we should or shouldn't do.
Exactly.
Now,
Hey.
this is the
So Orbital, you said he didn't use Christianity? There we go. Said it again for you. Well done. Orbital's been shown as a liar again.
same
No,
exact thing
he's-
you're doing.
I'm chatting with him as well. He's just not understanding shit.
No.
The thing is
This
I
thing.
can use the framework, which is the Bible, to debunk the prescriptions that I've made against the manifesto. You can't do that with your manifesto. That's my point.
Again,
That was his point since
you're
the very
using the
beginning.
manifesto wrong.
And maybe
Okay.
finally
Yes,
he
from the
understand
beginning.
that.
From the beginning, that's his point, exactly.
I'm willing-
and I've
okay.
explained why, and I do feel like we're just going round in circles.
No, this is actually important.
Right.
I would
Can
like
I-
to actually
let me-
know
can
how
I-
I'm using it wrong. Go ahead.
I'm trying to, because
Okay.
again, it's not a set of rules like the Bible, right? Like it's that's not set out the same way. It's not saying this is exactly
That's what the manifesto is.
Set of rules, yes.
That's why I said ask him what's a manifesto, because he doesn't know what a manifesto is.
No.
what you need to do, right? It is something that we will get together as a collective and say, right, and this is how we think will make a better society. And if something in society happens and we need to adjust that, we can adapt as society evolves. But the overall point of it is to reduce harm and increase flourishing. And you can't do that if you're doing something that is causing unhappiness, causing unhealthiness, causing injury, and feelings of not being happy. That is against
it's
what
just-
secular
So
humanism
this makes
manifests.
sense.
He's literally just jibber jabbing. He's not actually giving coherent any sentences. He's just talking for the sake of talking.
I think he likes listening to his own voice.
God, well, that makes one person.
So
Right.
what you're saying, and I'm just going to steal man again to make sure I'm not getting it wrong. I don't want you to say I'm straw manning you. What you're saying is that this framework, which is Humanist 3, the manifesto, this is a framework which is not giving prescriptions, but rather it's a framework which is used by a collective body to give prescriptions, right?
I wouldn't say prescriptions, more...
What you ought to do?
No,
No.
what is better
That's the
for
same.
helping society?
Well, should we do what's better?
That's what a manifesto is. It's a guideline rule to follow. Oh, man.
Again, it doesn't try to give
He
rules.
doesn't
It
understand
doesn't try
basics,
to
you
say
know.
this is
He's getting
exactly
into the
what you...
debates. He's debating flat earthers. He's debating now Andrew. He's debating other people. But unfortunately, he always lacks basics. He thinks he understands that, but he doesn't. That's where the problem is. Because if he would understand the basics, he wouldn't be thinking this way as he's thinking and saying this shit.
Yeah.
You should do.
I'm not saying it does.
Right, it just says if you want to have
Yeah.
a healthier society, then
So-
this is the way to do it.
So it's being interpreted, right?
By a collective, yes.
Okay, got it.
Right.
So if a collective of Christians interpret this to say, under 1 here, that knowledge of the world is derived by observation, experiment, and rational analysis, if the prescription they come up with is the birth rate is low, therefore all women must be forcibly bred, why are they wrong?
Because they would have to show why birth rate is a bad thing for... Lower birth rate is a bad thing for humanity.
Why would they have to show that? It does, there's nothing in the manifesto, the guiding stone from which they're making their prescriptions, that says that in any way contradicts with the
That's
framework
the face
itself.
of a defeated man.
Well, in what we would do in that case...
Yep, exactly. He knows he's defeated.
Yep.
He knows.
Again, as humanists, we would get together and we would say, is this going to cause harm? Then yes, well then we won't do that.
Yeah, I know. So what if they got together and said, actually, I think that this will lower harm?
What if God said lock people up?
Yeah, no, but what if they said...
Yeah, but what if God said it was okay to
yeah,
do it?
what
Would
if
you
he,
do it?
what if
But
he did?
God didn't.
He didn't, exactly.
If you read your Bible, you know God won't do that.
And you wouldn't, yeah, there's no point in what ifs. What if God, if God says something, he's not going to go against it. There's no what ifs. There's no what ifs with God.
No.
So anyway,
So would
the
you,
prescription...
right, so let's ask, because
You're
you've
just moving the
attacked me.
goalposts.
Yeah, yeah, that's
using
fine.
now,
But all you've done so
you know.
far is ask me questions about mine, right? So I'm
I
going
think
to...
Sorry?
God is using Craig to show everyone how Globbers stupid are.
I mean, I knew it was one-sided from the beginning, but I mean, this is just ridiculous.
That's also a bit more
I know,
intelligent
I know.
because so far it's demolition.
Hmm.
There's no competitiveness at all from him. It's just not a good opponent for Andrew. You know?
Not at all.
It's like trying to explain mathematics to monkey, you know?
Questions about yours. What if God said it was okay to lock women
What
up?
if he did? Let's just say Christianity is a complete lie. All of it's nonsense. All of it's BS. We're talking about the effects of society.
So you're trying to get rid... Yeah, okay. So if...
Mhm.
So how would Christianity deal with this then? If we said, okay, it's a lower birth rate...
He
let's
already
lock people up
dealt with
and
it.
experiment
Told you this, what, like half an hour ago? Literally told you how.
on them to make higher birth rates. What would Christianity say about
Our
that?
ecclesiastical authority would say you're not allowed to do that.
Exactly.
Which one?
All. Well, in fact,
Which one?
Oh, my
Which one?
goodness.
Oh my word.
here's how I would define Christian, if you want to make it easy. It's people who believe in the Nicene Creed, people who accept the Nicene Creed, All people who accept the Nicene Creed would now fit under the category of Christians. All of them would have the same moral framework, which would say that this is
And which
immoral.
moral framework specifically, cite me the specific thing that says you can't lock women up and experiment on them to stop a lower birth rate.
You mean the Ten Commandments?
Yeah, where is that?
Oh, shucks. Oh, my word.
You want me to pull up the Ten Commandments
Well,
for you?
then go to the other 260 rules as well.
You mean Noahide laws?
Well, they're part of Christianity, right?
No, not Noahide laws.
I see what I mean. See what I mean? He thinks they were Christians in the Old Testament. So Noah was a Christian. Moses is a Christian.
Oh my God.
No, you're wrong. According to Muslims, they were all Muslims.
This is ridiculous.
Oh, my word.
Come on, surely he's got a little clue about the Bible.
I mean, you
A
don't
little
even
one.
need to
Surely
read
he's
the
got
Bible
one
to know
page.
this.
You know exactly.
The guy's looking at him.
Even Catholics, atheists know it, so.
The
Look at
guy's
that look
looking
he's
at him.
giving
He's
him.
like, is this guy serious?
He's like, what the hell are you talking about, bro? Oh, wow.
Oh, I love
You're
this.
like, are you
Christians would disagree,
kidding?
Not the ones who believe in the Nicene Creed.
Well, okay, so you are saying that Christians that don't believe in the Nicene Creed aren't Christians.
Yes.
Well,
Craig.
again,
Yes.
they think they're Christians.
That's what
though.
I'm saying,
But
yes.
here's the thing: they think they're Christians.
Well, right now, I think I'm a humanist. Am I?
Do you think that?
Am I a humanist right now, Craig? Because I made humanist prescriptions.
Do you think you're a humanist?
Yes.
Okay, then you can be. No, there's nothing.
No.
You can be a Christian. You can be a Christian and be a humanist.
No,
There's
you
nothing wrong.
can't. Wait. You can be a Christian and a humanist. Great. So then what's wrong with being a Christian values then, Craig? Then what you fighting against? He's got nothing to fight against then. Well done, Craig.
With that, you can be a Christian and be a humanist.
Okay.
Right.
Then my prescriptions are humanist prescriptions.
But if you could be a humanist, a Christian, and be a humanist, because humanism lets you have freedom of religion. But what you're saying right now is, I'm deciding what Christian is, but you don't get to decide what Christianity is because other Christians would disagree with you. And to be clear,
No, there's a very specific way you're described as a Christian, as the Bible said. You have to accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior and understand that he died for your sins on the cross. If you do not do this, you're not a Christian, Craig. Doesn't care about someone's opinions or whether they believe they are Christians because they loved Jesus and don't think he's God. Doesn't make them a Christian. If you do not understand that Jesus died for your sins and you accept him as your Lord and Savior, you are, by definition of the Bible, not a Christian, Craig. Full stop. Doesn't give a care what you believe or what anybody else believes. That is what a Christian is.
you are here to defend all of Christianity, not just.
No, I'm not here to defend Christianity at all. I'm here to,
Well,
defend the
actually you
effects
are.
of it on society.
Yeah, what you're trying to do is why Christianity is better for society.
Yeah.
So that means you have to go for all.
Would it matter?
Hold on, let me finish my point,
go ahead.
please.
Go
That
ahead.
means that you have to defend all of Christianity, not just the Christianity that you think is Christianity. Because there's a lot of Christians that disagree with your definition of Christianity. But that doesn't matter. As a Christian, you still you are here to defend every version of Christianity. That includes the
What are you talking about? Different versions of Christianity.
I know.
There's no version of Christianity, dude. You either believe Jesus is your Lord and Savior or you don't.
Ethiopia that hold the ancient texts that you don't believe in, because they still call themselves Christians.
They're still better for society than humanists. Like, what are you talking? All I'm here to do is to defend whether or not. So Craig, my turn, Craig. All I'm here to do is to defend the effects on society of Christianity versus humanism.
Right,
I'm
so let's
arguing,
look at that.
Stop. I'm arguing that there is no real effect from humanism on society because it has this intrinsic problem. The problem
Doing
is
no harm.
No.
I went through it in my.
Craig,
Why are you
intro.
talking over him?
Craig, chill
But let's
out.
look at
Craig,
Christianity.
chill out, Craig.
Andrew, right?
I
you
just
have,
let
all
you
you've
talk,
done,
Craig.
Andrew, all you've done so far
Craig,
is
chill
attack.
out.
One second. 1 second.
Shut up.
He's a horrible, horrible, horrible creature. He really is.
Yeah, he just doesn't shut up.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't. Then he'll tell you that you're the one that doesn't shut up. Man,
I want to go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, thank you. So what I'm saying to you, Craig, is that because you suffer from this problem of your framework, right, has to be interpreted by your authority, which is the same exact criticism you're levying against Christianity, by the way. You say it's logically impossible for the definition of harm to change because collectively we're just not going to change it.
Well, no, I
Right?
said it's impossible.
Hang on.
I said it's impossible
Craig,
to change to your
Give
definition
me
of harm.
give me 10 seconds.
Well, if you
Calm
strawman me,
down.
I need to just let you know that,
Calm
that's
down.
not what I said. That's
Okay,
all.
okay, calm down. You get a
So
chance.
I didn't say that.
Okay,
so just to be
get a
clear.
chance, Craig. Calm
I'll
down.
give you a chance to wrap up, Andrew, and then we'll kick it back to Craig.
Yeah, yeah. So anyway,
Gotta
the
treat him
point
like a
here is
child.
that
Yeah, literally.
Calm down. Here's a lollipop. Just chill for a second. You'll get to have your pudding after you finish your lunch. Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
when I look at society, I don't see any effects from humanism. I see a lot of effects from Christianity, and a lot of them are really, really, really positive. Your humanist effects don't even exist because all you're saying is this. We use this like manifesto, this loose document of ideas that anybody, including a Christian humanist, can come up with the prescription that we're going to lock women up and forcibly breed them, and you can't actually use your framework to tell them why that's wrong. You have to appeal to something outside of it. In this case, I don't know, loose libertarian print. Like I don't know what principles you're even adhering to outside of it that make you a humanist now.
Let's kick it back to Craig.
So individual autonomy prioritizes human welfare. There is nothing about human welfare that says locking women up and experimenting on them is good.
There's nothing that doesn't.
Well, there is because it's
Where?
That is against ethics and justice. It's not.
Where? Show me where it says that.
It advocates for human rights, and humans have rights. To
Yeah,
not
what does
have
that mean,
done.
though? It's nowhere in your document.
Again, these are things that you can, from the Humanist Manifesto, gather. And
No, you
humanists get
can't.
together
I
and
have it
agree
in
with
front of
that,
me. I
right?
interpreted it totally different.
But then you don't get to individually decide what that is, though.
Why not?
Because that you're not a collective. You're a person, Andrew.
So,
right?
so
Right.
Let's look at the let's look at how
Okay.
let's look at Christianity
Let's.
and let me ask you some questions about how Christianity is better for society.
Okay.
How is stoning people to death that work on the Sabbath better for society?
does anybody in any Christian nation stone anybody
No.
to death?
It doesn't matter. The Bible says that you can.
No, it doesn't.
Does anybody? Are we talking about whether the Bible's true or the effects of Christianity on society?
Now,
Is there
that
a
has done-
single society which is Christian where they stone people to death,
That
Greg?
wasn't what I said.
That is.
So then, what the fuck are you talking about?
So, but the Bible says that you can do that, though, right? So if
No,
we
it doesn't.
say,
if the Bible says you could do it, Craig,
Yeah.
why aren't Christians doing it?
a lot of them do.
Where?
There is
Where?
There is many horrible Christians around the world. There is a Christian.
Come on. He just
Where?
doesn't have a friggin- He hasn't got a clue.
Oh,
Oh man, this part is epic. Oh, I love this. So where, Craig? Yeah, why
let's
aren't
see.
Christians all over the world stoning people to death, Craig? Oh, I don't know, because the Bible teaches against it, Craig, not to do it. What the hell?
Oh, wow.
this guy.
In family, that I was reading about where they had.
Can I see a show of hands for all the Christians who are here who
do
have
you-
ever
do you-
stoned anybody to
Do you,
death?
want, do you want me to speak?
I
Yeah.
want to give.
You look like the type.
give Craig a
So,
chance.
am I allowed? Right.
Go ahead.
Just
Let's
because
give
you
Craig a
don't
chance.
do that now doesn't mean that Christianity doesn't say that that's okay. Right? You're not here to say, well,
Then why aren't they doing it?
When do we say it's okay?
You aren't here to say, well, why aren't they?
Yeah,
doing
but
it?
did you see what Andrew's point is? Then why aren't we doing it if the Bible's telling us to do it?
Yeah, if the Bible tells us to do it, why aren't we doing it? Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
Yeah, Osmo,
Craig,
you didn't have a chance at all, bro. Not a chance.
Craig really, really put his foot in it when he went to scripture. Really. Next time, Craig, if you want to debate scripture, make sure you actually read it first.
No kidding, man.
Oh, man.
This guy is
Yes, I am. I'm here to say the effects of Christianity on society are better. You want me to demonstrate
You aren't
it?
here to.
Look,
I got 5 words
we
out.
do
Five
A,
word-
B, C, D.
5 words out. I got 5 words out, people.
Can you just show me where they're stoning?
I got 5 words out, people.
Where are
but
Christians stoning
little boy
people
here,
to death?
Andrew, can't.
Where are Christians
5
stoning
words.
people to
I got
death,
5
bro?
words out, Andrew.
Okay, go ahead, Craig.
Thank
Tell us
you.
where they're stoning people to death.
Right. Okay. So the Bible says that you can stone people to death. The Bible says that you can beat your slave until his finances gets up. The Bible says that women shouldn't vote and read and all.
Doesn't say that either.
It doesn't matter that is not particularly what happens now.
Where does
That
it
is
say
what
any of that?
Christianity.
Look how they're laughing at him because everyone's like, what's he talking about?
I know.
What
Where
the-
does it say any of that nonsense? That's just stupid. He just made that shit up. Holy God. It's thou shalt not let women vote. Where is that? Good Lord.
It's insane.
Says is okay. So
you should be able to point to a bunch of Christian countries where women can't read,
question
right?
out? Did I get my question out, Andrew?
Well, okay, go ahead, Craig.
Yeah. Okay.
Go ahead, Craig.
So take a deep breath.
Yeah, I'm
Right.
sorry I interrupted your interruption. Go ahead.
By the way, Andrew, I've done that many times too. Sorry that I interrupted your interruption.
And sorry, I was speaking while you were interrupting me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Christianity has the Bible as its guidelines. And the Bible says that you can do these
No,
things.
it doesn't.
Whether or not that happens now is because people are moral in general. But it doesn't matter. Christianity specifically says that you can do
No,
these
it
things
doesn't.
and it's okay. So, yes, it does. The Bible absolutely says that you can
No.
beat your slave. That is, it
Show us.
Craig, I'm willing to engage with each of these.
So
Go
let
ahead.
me ask you, how does those specific things that the Bible say that you can do make it better for society? How does suppressing women's rights and women's ability to read and talk, how is that better for society?
Whoa. I'm sure I let my wife finish school and I'm sure I let her have an education. I'm sure my wife at the moment teaches English. Last time I checked, I'm not suppressing her because the Bible says. The Bible definitely doesn't teach against that, Craig. What are you talking about?
Of course it doesn't.
I don't let my wife do anything. She's
That's
her
what I'm
own
saying.
person. She
Exactly.
does what she wants to.
Does it?
Yeah, exactly.
Of course.
I think we have to address the
She
main
doesn't
issue
need
over here.
permission.
Secularism. My objective is to remove God from everywhere. So now, because he is pushing this agenda, he does not understand that he is working for the enemy, his own enemy. He doesn't get it. He's his helper.
Oh, wow. But yeah, it's simple. He's asking where in the Bible is it? So it should be easy for him just to bring up a scripture to show.
What does it say? Whoop them slaves good.
Because the Bible says that you should do that.
Okay, so let's take them one at a time. There is no Christian nation I'm aware of where women are getting
I
stoned
didn't
to
ask
death.
about Christian nation. Let's be
What-
clear.
what's
Can
the-
you answer my question?
Well,
I
is the
said,
debate-
how does the Bible?
Yeah, is the debate over whether the Bible is true or is it the effects of Christianity on society?
No, it's not. It's about which is better for society,
Great,
not
it's
the
which
effects.
is better. So let's go
Yeah,
over
so-
to which is better. When you're talking about what is better, when he says the Bible makes prescriptions that you can stone people to death, the Bible makes prescriptions that women be oppressed. The Bible makes prescriptions that women not be able to read. The Bible makes these prescriptions, right?
So how are they better
Let's
for
assume
society?
for a second the Bible does make those prescriptions.
It does, yeah.
And we just very stupidly, as Christians, misinterpreted all of that to mean the exact opposite, which must have happened because in all of these Christian nations, none of that shit's happening. Nobody's getting stoned to death, Craig, anywhere. Women in a
are you
Christian
sure?
women in Christian nations.
Are you sure about
Yes,
that?
I'm sure
Yes.
in all Christian nations, women aren't getting stoned to death.
Are you
All
sure?
of them.
Absolutely 100%
I'm
sure?
absolutely sure, Craig.
So you're
Now,
absolutely
Craig,
sure?
Craig, let me finish, Craig. I'm also
Absolutely
sure
sure.
that in Christian nations, women can learn to read. Where are women oppressed in Christian nations? Where is all this happening, Craig?
I think Craig misunderstands the difference between Christianity and Islam.
No shit.
Either all of the Christians are really fucking up their own documents real bad, or your interpretation of the documents
Is wrong.
must be really wrong. However,
not
even
interpreting
if
anything.
we're going to assume your interpretation of the documents is 100% correct, and all the Christians got it wrong, their societies are still great, Craig. They're fantastic. Nobody's getting stoned in them.
Well
no
said,
Christian death in them.
well
Christian
said, Andrew.
societies in particular are great.
You mean societies where the overwhelming majority of people are Christian?
Which ones are they?
Yeah, that would be all of the West, all of it.
And why are they so good in particular?
Because they have an ethical framework which they can appeal to that's unchanging.
And is the ethical framework of those countries Christianity?
Yes.
So Christianity set the ethical framework for all of these countries?
Yes.
Specifically?
Yes.
So
Now, you want me
even
to,
the ones that
would
go
you like me
against
to
the things that the
demonstrate it
Bible
for you?
says?
I'll demonstrate it for you.
Right.
So hang on, I'll explain it so that you know.
I still haven't got back to my question.
I'm going to explain it to you. You just asked me, so I'm going to explain it to you. So your law, the laws that you're working with right now, those come from English common law. Okay, that's where it all comes from. The normative authority around English common law is Christianity.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. The very guidestones for yes, it is, and the very guidestones for which
not anymore. It's not now.
for which you build law. We're talking about
Not anymore.
Oh, Jesus. No.
That's like saying I built this building with a foundation of granite, but it's not anymore. We took that away, and what?
LJ, I would actually like to review that debate with Robert Spencer and David Wood, because they're debating was Muhammad actually real or not? Because I know Robert Spencer's under the influence that he was real, I think, and David Wood says he wasn't real; it was a fictional character. So I would like to actually review that as well. Really would be awesome.
I've got a Dave Wood one saved. There is it's about the Trinity. He's debating a Muslim guy as well, so it's about Trinity. So I'll be doing that sometime next week. You know what I mean? It's an older one. It's not a new one.
Yeah.
Can I just say to Ryan in the backup channel, he didn't understand what I was saying. I gave him the link for this channel, sort of thing, because he's in the backup.
For the main channel.
Yeah, because he didn't understand what I was saying. Right, where you are at the minute, right, Lopez, this is Flatzoid's backup channel. The link that I put in is for the main channel where we're all at. Flats is streaming to 2 channels at once. Well, more than 2, but
yeah, it's my backup channel. So I have that channel for just so it has the videos there as well, because at a stage my main channel got hacked and we almost lost everything. So by the way, guys, hit the likes, share the show. 11 to go to 100, please. Be really appreciated. Thanks.
What? I said the foundations.
No,
the foundations
it's completely changed.
Okay,
we do not base
Craig,
our laws. There is
what
nothing.
does foundation
There is
mean?
nothing in English law now that is based on Christianity.
Yeah.
What?
Oh my God.
What?
Ten Commandments.
English common law is, but listen, that's the whole thing. The Bible was written, then came the English common law. I mean, it's like, are you really that stupid?
I think it is even more
I
than that.
don't think we should even ask that question anymore.
Holy God.
I
How
think
did
that
he get into this debate?
I told you he's
Foundations.
wrong
But
about
we don't-
everything.
we-
He doesn't have basics.
He
That's
knows
his-
nothing.
Exactly. He knows shit.
Yeah, Justin, the backup channel is. Let me see if I can get it for you. Will you quickly get it, TJ?
I've given him the link to come. I've given him the link to come.
No, Justin's asking for the backup channel link.
Oh, the backup channel. Yeah, of course,
Yeah,
of course.
sure,
Yeah, great,
thanks.
yeah.
British
His
monarchy
kingdom is
comes
flat.
from the German monarchy. That's why they changed the surname to Windsor.
The laws have
the
changed.
things in which you enjoy. Here's how it works.
You're claiming it's Christianity, but it's not.
When
You're just
talking
saying
about
something.
a society, when you're talking about a society, the social order is defined by its ethical morals. For instance, Aztecs, who put people on temples and cut their hearts out as human sacrifices, their society is going to be informed.
Where's the Aztecs
by
right
the
now?
moral? They're dead because Christians killed them.
That's good. The Christians killed them.
You should have left those heathen heart-cutting out people. Come on.
Yeah. No, you should let the people carry on doing abominations, man. Yeah. And by the way, a lot of the Aztecs were killed off by a sickness, just to let you know about history. They had a plague of sickness that killed out like 3/4 of their population.
Anyway. The point is that Craig,
hold on.
I just want to finish one point and then you can talk, I promise.
Okay, finish your point.
So here it is. I think, and every reasonable sociologist would think the same thing, that the social order comes from the foundational ethics. So it works like this. Theology is what informs society. And you can see that happen with the political class as well, who comes from society in general. If you have a moral political class, generally speaking, you have a good set of ethics or theology which you can appeal to, right? As we see Christianity being moved out of these nations for secularists, does it look less corrupt? Or does it look more corrupt? Well, I say it looks more corrupt because they no longer have the ethical foundations to appeal to. They don't have the theology to appeal to. It doesn't even matter if it's true. Like, let's say it's all false. All Christianity is totally false, totally fake. They made it.
I want to know who's this sound guy because he keeps making it louder and softer and louder and softer.
I know. It's not brilliant. It was soft. I found it was softer, man, as well.
Based on a noble lie.
But that's exactly what I said, Autodate Goal. They were planning that having Craig to debate this topic was a bit it wasn't clever. I mean, with you having people paying for this event, okay? So you should have someone that's actually knowledgeable on the subject for debating, especially if they're taking on someone like Andrew Wilson, for instance, okay? If you wanted Craig to debate there, fine. Keep him in his niche, in his topic. Don't put him in a topic where he's absolutely going to be obliterated every time he opens his mouth. Because then it's just a joke. It makes it look amateurish.
Right? But everybody believes it, and so it gives you all these great outcomes, right? Why would a humanist even argue that? Why would you even want to argue with it? It makes no sense to me. Go ahead.
Okay. So none of that answers any of my questions about...
Let's take questions one at a time. Go ahead.
So when it gets down to it, Christianity, although modern Christians do a lot of different things to what happens in the past, we can go back to what you said about the Aztecs. Oh, we killed those people, heathens cutting out the heart. Now, back in the past...
He was joking. He was just joking, man.
Aztecs did those horrible things, but back in the past, Christians did horrible things, right? Do you agree?
Yeah.
So who's to say that if Aztecs were in modern society, that cutting out the heart...
What happened is they went to explore, and someone carried on them, I think it was influenza, and the Aztecs never had that before, so it spread like wildfire, and half of them died out through that. The other half just killed each other. Yeah. So it wasn't actually the Christians that killed them off. It was sickness. So Andrew's, you're a bit wrong there because you're trying to make Christians look like they're the bad guys. But again, we did say the conquistadors, were they not the that went to the Aztecs, as far as I know, and those are Catholics. Just want to make sure. The Spanish conquistador, yeah, exactly. So it's not Christians, it's Catholics.
Boom, boom, boom. No one expects the Spanish Inquisition.
Right?
Probably it could be part of
but it
society.
also couldn't be. If we followed Christianity as it was in the past, right, then how would society be today if we were still stoning people to death?
Yeah, but we're not following.
Christianity stopped the stoning, you idiot.
God.
It's because of Christianity that there's no stoning today. Oh.
But
we're not
that's
following
how
Christ's prescription.
I mean, really.
It's really bad.
But if we were just to follow what a Christian says, and that says it's okay, right?
No, it doesn't.
Whether that's what you
What are you
do
talking
or
about?
not.
Where?
Where? Yeah.
The Bible.
Where are Christians demanding to be stone anybody to death, Craig?
Again, I'm not talking about what Christians say. I'm just talking about what the Bible
He's
and
asking
what your
where?
normative authority says, right?
Hey, listen, if Christians really believed that the Bible was making prescriptions to stone people to death, Craig, they would do it. Do you know what a martyr? Hang on. Do you know what a martyr is? A martyr for Christ. There's people who give their entire lives to Christ, their whole life, forever and ever, forsaking all materialism. That's all they do. If those people thought that stoning people to death was part of the religion, they would do it, Greg. Right. They're not doing it.
Again, I'm not saying whether people think now that that is okay, but there's no denying that the Bible and people in the past did that because of Christianity. That was part of society because of Christianity.
What would that have to
stopped
do with
doing it because of Christianity, dumbass. They stopped doing it because of Christianity, not
because of Christianity. It was
wow.
before Christianity. Exactly.
Holy crap. What? He does. He literally does. He must think Moses was a Christian.
He does. That's what I'm saying. He must do. I wonder if he thinks Adam was a Christian.
Exactly. Wow. For truth. Has he ever heard of when Jesus says, "He who has without sin cast the first stone"?
Exactly. Oh, wow.
The effects of society today, nothing.
But society today isn't just because of Christianity. Society today is a melting pot. If we were to, it went back 500 years and took what Christianity was then and just carried that particular society on of just what they said Christianity was then, their interpretation of Christianity back then society would be, just for the people being stoned to death and people burnt at the stake.
What people are getting stoned to death?
But they're not right now. But that's not because
when were they? Like when were they?
Whenever the Bible was written.
Okay. Right? Do you realize?
And when was the Bible written, Greg? And when is the Bible written? Oh my word! Oh man, Craig, you should learn to shut up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my word.
The thing, hold on. My point is that the Bible is what Christianity is, right? And you what you're doing is saying, well, as Christians now we don't do that, but that doesn't matter. Andrew,
that never happened. Let he who's without sin cast the first what?
Yeah,
so are you saying that no one ever got stoned to death for working on the Sabbath?
In Christianity?
Yeah.
Not
where?
Christianity.
Does it not say that in the Bible?
No.
Are you saying it doesn't say in the Bible?
You're talking about Jewish law.
Is that in the Bible?
Yeah, that's Jewish law. That's not Christianity. That's not Christian ethics. Are we here to argue Jewish ethics or Christian ethics?
But that's in the Bible, and it says that's what you should do, right?
No, it does. No, you have a.
Oh my goodness! He hasn't got a clue. This is basic. This is basic Bible knowledge.
Wow. God. This poor fella.
Set of prescriptions in the new covenant. New covenant. That's Christian ethics. That's the ethics Christians follow. We don't follow old covenant law. What are you talking about?
It's still Christianity.
What? No, it's not.
Oh my God!
Why were the Crusades about then? Like,
did he just say Judaism is Christianity?
Pretty much.
When was Judaism ever Christianity?
I know from where he got this idea, because he believes in the phrase Judeo-Christian, which is oxymoron. That's what he believes in, because he is stupid.
He's beyond stupid.
And I'm sure I've got clips of Frank saying he knows more about the Bible than us.
Holy God.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable that he actually thinks that. I think people that don't read the Bible know this.
like wiping out half of Europe. Right?
That
How
was
is that?
no.
You know,
Okay, so first of all, we can get into the Crusades if you want to, but no, it wasn't.
Let me give you the stoning to death then, but let's talk about the Crusades. Oh, they believe different to us, so let's go and kill all of them.
That's not what the Crusades was either. So he literally doesn't even know what the Crusades are about. Crusades was a self-defense against the tyranny of Islamic enforcement. They were killing off Christians because they were refusing to go and become Islamists.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. If they wouldn't kill you, you would have to pay jizya, which is tax because you are not Muslim. So you have to pay for it. So one way or another, they were hurting you.
And they would still take your children anyway.
Yes.
Even if you're paying jizya.
Derek says Craig hasn't even read the Bible in full. The man's not. I don't think he's opened the cover. I don't think he's read the acknowledgement. You know.
I don't even think he's even seen I don't know if he's even touched the Bible before and just said, maybe let's look what's in here. I don't think he's ever done that.
He went, oh, there's no pictures.
Oh no, we love illustrations.
Into the break. Yes, at the very beginning they were very best, but later they were overtaken by Jesuits and Luciferian Vatican. So yeah.
It's crazy.
That good for society.
First of all, that's not what happened.
That it is.
No, it's
they
not.
wiped out half of
Are you
Europe.
going to let me respond? Or do you want an answer to this?
Yeah.
Okay, the Crusades was a conflict between two different anytime two different ideologies come into contact, there's going to be problems. Spain had an encroachment from Muslims, from the Moors, forever and ever and ever. From the Byzantine Empire on, there had been issues going on in the undercurrent with Muslims and Christians, and it's because of land. Okay, it's because of land. I don't know if you know this or not, but there are two continent land bodies which are connected, one of which has what religion on it, and the other one of which has what religion on it.
Christians and Muslims.
Christians and Muslims, right? So what happens when they begin to intersect is they start to fight. That's what led up to the Crusades, okay? And the thing is sure, you can make all sorts of justifications. Catholics are crazy sometimes. What do you want me to say? For why it is that they wanted to go over there.
Catholics are part of Christianity, right?
Depending on what it is they were fighting over. But Muslims also were pushing the boundaries every chance they got for the purpose of expansion. Now, here's the thing, Craig. Humanists would do this too. I can point to you a society which is secular by nature called the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union had
Soviet Union is not secular.
What? Did you just claim the Soviet Union is not secular? Oh my word!
Probably he mix Soviet Union and Russia. Yeah, he knows nothing.
I'm going to quickly just put something on here, just for him. What does that say, guys?
The Soviet Union was officially secular, but in practice it was not. There you go.
They were secular.
Yeah.
They were standing as a government, but as a government, they were secular, yes.
But you know what I'm going to say? Look at this. The Soviet Union official ideology was to eliminate religion and establish a state of
atheism.
That's
why I say atheism is the bigger killer on the world, because the biggest genocide were always provided by the atheists.
So it's literally secularists. You know, the thing you fight for, Craig?
This type of guy, he would fight for the communism as well, to bring it, because it would be all equal.
See, the only difference between them is they choose to take things by force. And this is why we say secular humanism is wrong, because according to them, that's morally good. According to other secular humanists, that won't be morally good. Why? What is the arbiter of morally good? There is none. Christianity has an arbiter, is called God.
Yeah.
Secular constitution, Craig.
It's not a secular.
They had a secular constitution. It killed all the Christians off immediately
let me be clear.
because they were bad.
Let me be clear.
They were bad.
The Russians were never secular humanists.
They were.
No, the Russians were never secular humanists.
They were secularists.
Is a secularist a secular humanist?
Can communists be humanists?
Is a secularist a secular humanist?
Yes. If you're a secularist humanist by nature because
you're a human.
You are a human.
It's simple. He doesn't understand the meaning of the
Well,
word.
the Soviet Union didn't just comprise of Russia. Okay, there was a lot of different countries and cultures that were embodied by the Soviet Union at the time.
Yes, for example, Poland.
Let's point out Georgia, right? There's drastically different than the Russians
Republic
themselves. Chechnya, right? What about Yugoslavia? Wasn't that part of it as well?
Yep.
Dare I say East Germany was a Soviet bloc nation.
NRD, yeah. RFN wasn't.
It's Russia, Ukraine, Belarus, Moldova, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, Georgia, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Turkmenistan.
Any stands, all the stands, okay?
All the stands, yeah. I knew Kazakhstan was there, that's why I checked it. So there's 15 constituents.
Did you mention Poland there?
No.
Why?
No Poland.
We were
Poland too, because after all, that whole thing was through the Warsaw Pact.
Yeah, I remember we had Russian officials, you know. Yeah. So I remember the freaking communism.
Colonoscopy, I just want to say colonoscopy, yes. Humanist is belief in humanity. That's exactly why the Soviet Union did that. Their belief is that all religions should be gone because it's better without God. That's humanism.
In contrast, Poland... Oh, sorry. Yeah. Carry on.
Because they believe society will be better without God. They are still secularist humanists. Sorry, go ahead.
I just asked, was Poland part of USSR? And it just says, in contrast, this is just the top answer. In contrast, Poland and the rest of Warsaw Pact country, as well as Mongolia, were from at least 1953 to 1989 or 90 officially independent countries, were allied to the USSR, but weren't part of the USSR.
Yes, official. We were part of, but we had different borders. But we had all the government controlled by the Russians, and there were Russians as well in government. So mainly we were ruled by the Russians. So we were part of the Russians.
Yeah. Well, there was a question here saying, why didn't Poland join the USSR? And I've just clicked in and it says, British and French officials pressured the Polish government to agree to the Soviet terms. However, Polish officials bluntly refused to allow Soviet troops to enter Polish territory. Upon expressing grave concerns that once Red Army troops had set
the Russian
foot
barracks
on Polish soil.
in Polish borders, and they were stationary, thousands of them. So it's bullshit what they write over there.
Yeah, I'm just reading what's there. I get you.
Because East Germany was so close. When I was there in West Germany, there was a Soviet military liaison vehicle that they would go around, like as soon as we would leave a field site, you know, from doing exercises or whatever, you go back like a half hour later. Like one time I forgot to pack up the ground spikes, right? So we had to go back and pull those up. So we were about a half hour, maybe 20 minutes away. We turned around and came back, and one of those was there. And they had a Soviet Union symbol like for their license plate. And they were out there looking for anything that we might have left behind and shit. And this is before like cell phones or anything like that. So anytime we had this little card that they gave us when we first got there, that if you saw a Soviet military liaison vehicle, you were supposed to call this number and report the location you saw it. And it was like a way that they were tracking these vehicles all over West Germany. And, but East Germany was even, controlled by the Soviets. Just like they say, well, Poland wasn't owned by, no shit. They were controlled by the Soviets.
Yeah.
In fact, the whole thing was those were called Warsaw Bloc nations.
Mm-hmm. And we were sending food, clothes, everything for free to Russia. So, and the propaganda in Russia was, for example, that they were putting like boxes crates outside of the Russian shops, and it was very poor. Everything was very poor, And there was a piece of paper with a statement, tomatoes or whatever for Poland. And that time, we were much higher developed than Russia because they were so poor.
Weren't they calling? Didn't they have what was that guy Lech Walesa?
Lech Walesa, yeah, he was
in the
controlled by the communists.
Perestroika
Yes.
movement. Yeah.
Supposedly, he was standing on the front of the Solidarity movement, which defeated supposedly the communism, but it wasn't the case. But he was controlled by the Russians because he had the documents, acts in the National Institute of Remembrance, stating he's T.W. Bolek, which is operational agent Bolek. So he was working for the Russians, for the communists. That's why exactly communists supposedly fall down. The case is Poland was testing ground because communists were seeing that the people are getting very unrest. There's getting big unrest, and they were afraid of their lives. They'd be killed. So Russians and the communists moved to USA and asked USA for permission to dismantle the communist system. So the deal was, if they allow people to get rid of the communism, so they will be free and they won't die. And in Poland they tested it. So because they were afraid of their lives. But what happened was during the quote mark free election, they made a deal that the communists will have 2/3 of the votes in the parliament. They were thinking that they will get even more votes because some people will vote for the communism. For them, all of the votes have gone to the people from the public, which were against communism. But still, they had majority in the parliament.
Okay, guys, where's it going?
Same thing.
No, I think in this case that the communists there have something very akin. Their ideology.
Andrew, that's what I asked. I said,
I think
is secularist the same as secular
I'm already
humanist?
saying I'm giving you distinct categories. I said no. That's
Right.
not the case.
Well, then it doesn't matter because I'm not a secularist. I'm a secular humanist.
I know,
They're different.
and I'm tying them together so that you understand.
But
what I'm saying is that
you can't just
secularists.
tie your own thing.
He wants him to answer him, and as soon as he talks, he starts talking over him again.
That's it. That's it. It's just so annoying.
This guy just cannot
Secularists
He's all that I'm speaking.
Have been in
He's
charge
scared of the
before,
answer.
and if they have the same type of
Secularists or secular
stop.
humanists?
Are you going to ever let me talk?
But I'm not a secularist. This isn't about secularism. This is about secular humanism. So
You just came up to me.
No, it's actually
the Russians were never
I've heard this
secular
phrase before.
humanists.
Okay.
I heard this phrase before. Intelligent person thinks so much that he doesn't have time to speak, but a stupid person speaks so much that he doesn't have time to think.
Yep, exactly.
Right?
Fine, Craig. Let's back up. Let's just say for a second that they weren't, that Russians were not secular humanists. Then where are the effects of secular humanism? Where can we find them?
Again, the countries that are the happiest in the world
Are not secular humanists, Craig. Can't bring those up.
They are secular.
They're not
humanists.
secular humanists, Craig.
The
Which
majority
ones?
of the people.
Yeah, that's
there
exactly true what Andrew's saying. He wants to appeal to everybody who's just secularist and saying they're not secular humanists because it doesn't suit him. As soon as he brings up people that don't suit him, then they're not humanists anymore. Then there is no such thing as secular humanists because everybody by default is a secular humanist. They're the same thing because they believe what they're doing is good for humanity. They are humanists, Craig. They're just not what you believe as humanists because you have a different representation as what they do. Remember, your morals are different. Tom, on the other hand, can believe it's morally good to go and steal. You believe it's not morally good. You're both secular humanists. You just have a different moral standing.
It ends up just being do what thou wilt.
It's a free-for-all, care about your own opinion, in other words. And that's why secular humanism doesn't work. You have no moral foundation.
No.
Those countries are secular humanists.
Show me one.
Show you one.
Show me one country where the majority of people are secular humanists. One.
Most in the Netherlands.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
Show me.
Sure.
Demonstrate it.
Oh, this is where he lies.
Yeah, Google it.
No.
Google it.
This is
Most
where
of
he
the Netherlands are secular
lies.
humanists. Go ahead.
Right. What? You want to?
Netherlands. He's saying Netherlands is secular humanist. What? What? Has you ever heard of the old Reformed Dutch Church before? Come on.
I love it. It gets cut out. Yeah.
I didn't want to get that off of here.
This is a 2-minute warning that we have the Q&A coming shortly.
Cool, because we've been going on for 4 hours.
I know.
And folks, while you're waiting, we'll
I've
have
had to change the
everyone
time of
line
my
up to
stream.
my left. So right here,
We're almost
in this
done.
aisle,
I don't think we'll do
give
the Q&A
everybody line
though,
up
'cause I am
for their
tired.
questions. And that, like I said,
don't blame you.
2
Don't blame
minutes,
you.
we'll start that Q&A. If you're watching at home, don't forget to hit that subscribe button.
Okay.
He's on fire.
Come on. Come on, Craig.
Okay, so in 2021, a whopping 58% of Dutch people said that they were secular humanists and didn't belong to any religious ideological group. Well, secular humanism is still a thing. It's likely that many non-religious majority don't specifically label themselves that way. But of people aged 15 and over, in 2021, 58% of Dutch people identified as secular humanists.
Show me.
You can find the citation
Show me.
On.
Yeah, I'm bringing it up. Sorry, one sec.
If you'd like to start lining up now for the Q&A, you're welcome to.
This is so funny, man.
Because I got 9.4%, Craig. I'm just letting you know.
I'm just going to quickly say something. You did say Netherlands, correct?
Yes, he did.
Can anybody read that out quickly?
The Netherlands is considered Christian primarily, and because of its historical conversion to Christianity during the early Middle Ages.
Craig, what were you saying?
He doesn't have a clue.
No.
Was about 5 years, 2015. So in 2003, it was 9.4%. So back in 2003, 9.4% of the folks in the Netherlands identified with secular humanism. Fast forward to 2021, and 58% of Dutch people aged 15 and over said they identified as secular humanism and didn't belong to any religious ideological group.
Pull it over here so I can look at it. I can just find it.
Just like to summarize it.
Folks, if you're watching at home, don't forget to hit that like button as well.
I just want to point out that that doesn't actually say that. I don't know what he's talking about. That does not say that, Craig. You just made it up, Craig. You made it up, Craig.
I didn't. I read it off of the site.
You read it off of. I made it the fuck up site.
I read it off here.
Go ahead. Let me see it.
Exposed.
Oh, you got it to suffer. You're not. Oh, is that? Oh.
Let me get that back up. Sorry, give me one
Okay.
second.
Cooked much?
Give me a second.
Now he goes on and says, well, I'll get the citation for you. I promise you I'll get the citation for you.
Source meth pipe.
Well, you were meant to be reading it.
Source.
And now and now his excuses. Well, I had it on my computer. I don't have it on my. I don't have it on my phone now. After you just literally read it out, so now you don't know.
Read it on your phone.
But yeah, that was the debate. Then they had a Q&A.
After the berating that Craig gave to Steve, he deserves this. This is not karma. I don't mean karma, but what goes round comes round. You know what I mean?
No, it's not really much of the debate if it's one-sided, So it was distraction, I would say, the debate.
It was an ass whooping.
Absolutely. Completely.
Took the whip and
Yeah.
All he did was display that he was completely ignorant of the subject of Christianity. I mean, conflating it with, what was he doing through Leviticus? Was he in there or something? Is that what he was going by?
Levitical law.
I didn't think so. I can think. And
In
then
the
I saw him,
Q&A.
and I was wrong. My bad.
Yeah. But in the Q&A, he gets called out for the stone throwing, and he couldn't find it. He
right.
goes to Leviticus.
That's right. And most of the questions were headed towards Craig, weren't they?
Yep.
Yeah, read what.
Well, I mean, what are you going to ask Andrew, though? Andrew was like dominating, so there's nothing to ask.
No?
Read what Gwendolyn said on the chat.
Sorry?
Read what Gwendolyn said in the
Gwendolyn,
chat. Yeah.
if I were Craig, I would wear a wig and grow a beard. So embarrassing.
Yeah.
I don't think he can grow facial hair.
Yeah, I've never seen him with facial hair.
I don't think he can.
I think
too low a
he tried a goatee once, but it took him like how many months? Which took me like 2 days.
I think he's low in testosterone.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. He has a lot of estrogen because
High
he's very combative in words, you know. So
Yeah.
Well, he's more menopausal than anything.
It must be that nuclear engineer thing, you know. He must work too much by the nuclear reactors or something.
Fried out his hair follicles.
Yeah.
it might
So
shrink.
yeah.
It might shrink his balls, you know. That's why he lacks of testosterone.
Well, that was exciting. A nice long stream.
Right.
Decent.
So yeah, when's are your guys? Because PJ moved his stream out a bit, and
Yeah, I'm in 3/4.
is your stream gonna happen now? Okay. So you're not sleeping tonight.
I had about 10 minutes sleep on your stream, and as soon as I woke up and had that little nod off again, you said go and have a sleep. No, I was all right from then. I think the 10 minutes did me good.
The power nap.
Yeah. Sorry about that. I hate that.
No, man. I thought
Yeah, I
it
feel
was
embarrassed.
you lying there. Like, that's why I said
I
you
don't
should
mind
maybe
falling
go
asleep
sleep
on
a bit.
my stream, but someone else's.
No, man.
Yeah.
It's understandable. You're always awake.
I'll sleep tomorrow. I'm not doing it. It's Sunday, isn't it? So once I've done
It's better to be awake than
I'm
woke.
not doing anything till Tuesday.
PJ.
Because last Monday I didn't take last Monday off because I had to do the solve thing with the president because
We might have
Lucas-
to swap Monday and Tuesday. We might have to
Yeah.
swap Monday and Tuesday because it's they doing maintenance on the internet on Monday.
No problem.
Oh, no.
I'll do Monday then.
So I
I'll
won't
do
have
Monday.
internet maybe Monday night.
Okay,
Getting
I'll do
started
Monday.
there.
PJ, remember, it's better to be awake than being woke.
Yes.
I agree.
Absolutely. Yeah, no
okay.
problem. I'll do Monday.
Shot. That will help. So PJ's going to be live in about 45 minutes.
Yeah.
And then Sav, you going live in about 3 hours?
No, it's going to be in about another 45 minutes.
45. So you guys going? Oh, same time.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Sorry, Sav.
But that's why I put it for that time so that people over and I could hit everybody kind of in the mid on a Saturday, you know, so that there's people could watch.
Sugar.
Oh,
Sorry about that. Sav.
no worries.
Thank you for that.
I mean, we've got different viewers anyway. I mean, we've got some that cross over, but we've got different.
Well, we're doing we're showing Passion of the Christ tonight. Going to start out on both YouTube and Rumble.
Right.
I'm going to kind of go over. I'm going to show like an interview that was done with Jim Caviezel regarding some stuff while he was filming it. Of course, we'll show the trailer, talk about it a little bit, and then we're going to switch on over to the Rumble side and show the entire thing over there.
Excellent.
Nice.
Excellent. I'm doing the Book of
Jim
Eli
Caviezel
tonight.
was as well talking about
the Book of Eli. That's also
Yeah, well, what it was, I was doing the final I was on Matrix 3 last night. At the end of it, I drifted off. So it was on my Prime Video account. So automatically, when the movie finished, I was asleep. It went on to another movie. So everybody started chilling. They were watching the Book of Eli and getting into it. But me, when I woke up, I was like, look, I'm on the last Matrix. I have to get it done. There's no point in like not doing it. I said, so I'll put on Book of Eli tomorrow for you guys. So that's how it worked.
Jim Caviezel was openly as well talking about the engine for the Chrome, browser Chrome, which is called Adreno. The ones who know, they know.
Yeah, that's the chip that's been around for a while.
Yeah.
It was the Adreno chip and the Chrome notebook, the Chrome
browser as well.
It's like, oh, holy shit.
Yeah.
Well, their whole
It's
symbol is
all in
3
plain
6s.
sight.
Their whole symbol is 3 6s. If you look at it.
Yes.
So yeah. So
Signs
guys,
and symbols.
make sure you guys catch PJ and Solve. Nice thing is it gets recorded, so you're able to look at the next day as well.
Well, my guys, usually when there's somebody on at the same time as me, with my guys, like the crossovers, they just flick between me and the other guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've had that. Yeah. They come back and give reports, like if
Yes.
they're watching somebody else's show. Oh, so and so doing this, that, and the other.
Aye, absolutely.
But yeah, thanks all for coming. I appreciate you guys. I'll see you all tomorrow night then. Many blessings.
Always pleasure being with you.
You guys are. Yeah, appreciate your panel as well, guys. And if you haven't hit the likes, guys. Just 5 to go to 100. Many blessings. May the pressure be. Bye-bye.
Crafted signs of the divine. I'm made for something true. In God's plan, my path through